Hello, welcome to my channel. This is your girl Omoye's Corner. This was scheduled as a result of popular demand. So this is a part two of the conversation that we had from the previous one, right? Where we're talking about, relationships and all of that. Welcome, Juliet. Hello, welcome. So um, well, if you're new to my channel, I say welcome. Welcome to the family. Thank you all for your support. I don't take it for granted. I appreciate each and every one of you spending time with me today. Thank you, and thank you. To my returning subscribers, almost all of you, I greet specially. Thank you so much for every one of you. Anyway, so this one is a continuation from the last conversation we had. Mm? On top of it, because I think we have to do relationship matter more and more because man, what somebody is seeing in this on this social media street, on this street of what's it called? On Peter Obi's internet is not small thing, no. Honestly, I no go lie. Yeah, Bio. Hey, Bio, na me you just talk to anyhow. Na me. So you dey think, wait, I no understand. If Uniben stand, Echo must stand. Who you think say go win? Hmm. Eh? I am coming in hot, oh. Bio, I am coming in hot. Hey, Juliet from Obodo, welcome. I appreciate you, Maru. Welcome. Well, oh, Juliet, you don't even leave messages. Sorry, oh. Echo, yay! Echo, ma, that's right. Ekomski. Yes, so. Bio. Hey. Oh my God. No. I did not attend any AAU convention. No. Did they have one? Hey, BB. Welcome, my darling sister. How are you? Trust you're well. I know. I trust you. And they see you. I saw your comments. So I knew. I was like, yeah, that's my sister right there. Thank you, guys. I see me can do part two. You see this relationship of a thing, this man and woman palava. We not go talk and finish. We go continue to the talk. But before I start, make I first drag with Bio. Bio, if Unibet stand, since you want start this beef, if Unibet stand, Echo must stand. Because I see your marks for Sister B comment section when you dey call a whole F. You know it Echo must be. Go and ask somebody. Bio, go and ask somebody. Bio, not try yourself. If you stand, be this stand.
You want more to do the topic of the day, or you want more to talk about anything?
Bio, if you want to start,
I want to get water. G1, G2. You don't forget that time when I did medicine for Uniben, they come back from my well, opposite College of Medicine.
Okay, what to make you they come? You say you they come well. That means say something they bring you come.
No. I get friends. I get friends, and because I did drive as a student, so you know say work out must do. You understand? So they call it for my well. Ekpoma not get drinking water.
You know where Benin I can't get drinking water. Now my babes now they fine pass. What are you talking about? Now my babes fine and the men are on point. What do they talk?
Ekpoma too sweet, but forget, no be great.
No way, Bill.
If you say who sweet pass, I say Ekpoma, but no be say for the great, because Ekpoma, if you Ekpoma student, you go learn many secrets. You go learn how to kill rabbit. You go learn how to stay hostel where be say they're not fence from your backyard na big bush.
Oh my God!
Come on, you your window for night. You go
Be I beg. I bet more not drag this matter too much because say I go just man not to talk. No, leave. We know the truth. Both of us know the truth. Hey, you they say I be waiting something. You tell me say I be something for inside chat. What do you mean? I don't understand.
No, what happened? Now somebody first comment when you say, I don't know which people you talk, wanted that they fly like bird, something like that. You know, bird. You make one comment, say whether that's when you dey give your submission, right? So
Uh-huh.
you
Now,
mention bed. Somebody come comment say maybe you don't see the person comment before
oh,
my comment. Before I
oh,
comment. So the person come comment
oh,
say why they call bed. Now say wetin cause na say omo na here me forget. Cause na here they call bed for Yoruba language. You understand?
oh,
Mm-hmm.
I don't make the connection.
But you were just talking. I don't know one statement you make, but you can't say
Yeah,
So somebody, put
okay.
the comment on that day. So
Yeah.
I was attracting, responding to the person, but not
Yeah.
be popular commenter like that when I know. Do you understand?
Okay.
So most
No
times,
wahala.
mm,
No wahala. Most
that
we
was
don't
it.
settle the beef. Okay, Omona here come and
Okay, you be
Bini
too
don't
big for that
settle the
one. Me
beef.
no know.
Eh?
Oh boy, I remember that leave me. I thought we dey add myself these days. You know, no Saturday to come out again. I just thought we dey add
Now I
myself.
notice am. I won't
Yeah.
even call you. I can say, wait, to be like say I
No,
will
I dey
call
add
BO.
myself. I dey
I will
give
call BO for DM to
I
that.
dey give I dey give other people more opportunities. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You can't
Mm-hmm.
be dominating like that. Other people, say since when I don't reduce my calling now, more people see the call. You understand?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. They'll still discover more people. A lot of people have good things to say, but they were not really confident initially. Do you understand? Uh-huh.
Right.
So as I say, we don't kickstart time. People are more confident now to
Mm-hmm.
contribute. So the highest I will just comment on the comment section mostly. And two,
Yeah.
now which I dey try explain to Auntie B that time too as well. Each time
Mm-hmm.
that show they go on, now working
Right.
hour for us. Do you understand? You
Right.
know.
This is true.
So
Yeah.
we only thank God say God give us the privilege, say person they get the kind of work where you feel see the type. You know what I
See
mean?
they
You
type
know,
and they talk. No,
and they
this is
talk.
true.
And
Yeah.
sometimes when you enter that queue, say you want to enter studio now, you go there sometimes because you know what I mean,
Yeah.
So sometimes I will come out, come in. So now you say, okay, my just so we keep on low.
Right.
You know.
That's true, sharp.
And based
Yeah.
on my phone too, I also notice if enter studio because if maybe at the work, whether I dey house or I dey open place normally if I dey talk on my phone, I dey watch this thing on my phone, go dey my Bluetooth. But once I just
Okay.
enter studio, go just enter public voice through the web,
Oh.
you know.
Okay.
So most times I make am. All right, let's go ahead with the topic of the day. What you say do
Yeah, let's
relationship
go
matter?
ahead. Before let me quickly welcome BB.
Okay, go ahead.
BB oh sister. Now BB now make me do part two. You watch the last one. You did the last one, BO. The last conversation we get. I dey hear feedback.
You dey hear feedback from me?
Maybe not be you. So I want to ask whether you watch the last one we discussed, the relationship matter from last time. You get opportunity to even blast through am.
Oh no, but we don't talk relationship matter for years several times. So, but I'm not gonna know
That's
whether
true.
there's a recent one. Oh,
Yeah, there's a recent one we did, I think 2 days ago.
oh okay. No.
BB and some other people send me message say make we do
Yeah,
part
so
two.
if I continue now, I will take out
Uh-huh.
from there.
Oh,
I
okay,
will
no
catch up.
wahala.
Hello. The feedback was from me. I was trying to mute the speaker on my laptop. That's why. I
Oh,
beg
okay.
no vex.
No wahala at all. BB,
Super happy
welcome.
for
Oh, how
this
you
topic.
doing?
Thank you. We learn to take one day at a time. Each day
Well,
comes
that's good.
with different things, but all positive. All
That's
positive
good.
vibes.
I'm glad to
Mhm.
hear that. How
Thank
now?
you.
So, how you see? Oh, this relationship thing is getting crazier and crazier by the day. I mean, I don't understand. First and foremost, I just want to say that I think that men should also have their own YouTube or podcast or something where they're going to be addressing their men because it's getting more and more, it's looking more and more like, and I'm not saying that there's no abuse on men, but it's looking more and more like the women are getting the brunt of it the most. There's another one that happened recently again in, I think, in Texas, where the man he just delete the woman because the woman no gree make him mama come join am for Texas, and na him bring the girl come train am as nurse. You understand? There's a lot of error. The foundation is very, very shaky when it comes to these marriages. So it's becoming to me, I find it very disturbing and troubling, because whether we like it or not, we need each other. That's just the truth. No one is an island. We all need each other to live and sustain and be able to, manage the life's issues. If we are now at each other's throat, then we are problem deal. You
Mm,
understand? I was
mm,
hearing recently, I think somebody was sharing somewhere, I was listening in, and the person said that um there was a girl, whether she ended up, she was the one even now abusing her own husband.
mm.
She used to lay hands on her husband. Have you heard that? I was like, wow, the man literally had to run out of the house and
Wow.
just change location because the woman was that, you know, violent with him.
Mm.
So I don't know, abeg, wetin una wan see talk for this matter, because it's becoming disturbing. Now like this we want to dey go, and what is, I mean, is it just based on a foundation the problem really, or people just don't know how to relate to people anymore? Abeg.
Well, if you ask me, first and foremost, like you rightly said, foundation does play a huge role in it because what a child does not know, that child cannot manifest. Um, my daughter had, I wouldn't say it's an encounter, but it's something that made her like identify that. And when she was sharing it with me in my mind, I'm thinking, she's, I mean, that's too young for that child to exhibit that. But she picked it up right away. And the only way she could pick it up was because I had talked about it. And the only way we talked about it was because when I play Obodo Ibo, she's in the back. It's loud enough for her to hear. So even if I don't say anything to her, she is, she has heard it. She picks out those things. And for her to recognize it at that tender age, well, what does it say? It also means that one or two parents are really not doing what they think they are doing. And if you think about it, it's hard. Life is so hard now that it's difficult for parents to sit down and have those talks with their kids, or they don't think they need to have those talks with their kids. And these days, where internet, teaches everything, before the parents even realizes how much the kids know, they picked up on some wrong things through the internet. That's one aspect. Another aspect for me is this glorified attitude we have towards relationship. I mean, we don't all have to settle down. We don't all have to be married. And we don't all need to be fulfilled through somebody else's eyes. We can be fulfilled on our own individual spaces and own up to, what we are fulfilled in, than waiting for somebody else to edify us before we edify ourselves. And I think that's a lot of
Uh-oh, Bibi, your network. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
okay. You see a lady that is so doing so well, but she just feels that she needs to be edified by somebody else. She needs to be heightened and glorified by somebody else. When you are a complete package and you don't need somebody else to uplift you before you uplift yourself. So you see that more and more. And then I also feel a lot of these things were happening. However, the global emergence of internet and social media and global connectivity, the global atmosphere has brought it out more. And so women are speaking up because the African young girl is saying that, hey, I don't need to take this. The lady in America doesn't have two heads and she's not taking it. Why should I take it? I can speak up. I don't need to hear all this crap. I mean, imagine, would you have ever thought that an opera happening in Iran would ever have happened like that, where the women are like, you know what? Be damned, whatever's going on. I'm going to speak up. I'm going to take off this hijab and let
Right.
me see whether the sky is going to fall into 20 places. So global empowerment through internet has really, really made women more outspoken, more bold, more vocal, more expressive, damning all consequences. And the female gratification, we don't need to wait for that. Be your own person and find fulfillment in your achievements and be content. If the man comes, the man should be a complement, not the main condiment. When you dey cook soup, you get some things where say if you no put inside the soup go still dey bad. Let the man be that, so that if you know dey the soup still dey bad. But make you come talk say, make him be the main thing. Say if you know dey the soup no go complete. They make sense, and it's not helping us. So I that's my own personal take on it.
Hmm. That's a true talk. I think I don't know. Maybe I know that there are issues. Women have issues all over the world, but I want us to zoom in, especially into our community in Nigeria, especially where to me it seems like the man has all the power. You know, the man is the one who has all the power. So whatever he does to you, nobody holds him accountable. He can literally do and undo and get away with anything. I mean, we've been hearing stories now. The the young girl who just went to the other side and was carrying a tutu and ebo for a man just so that his own life would be okay, to the detriment of her own life. You understand? Because we have a culture of, it's a toxic idea of, women have to be in a marriage regardless of the type of man. So people are just rushing. Any man, so far the man is available. Shebi, we saw on Obodo Yibo TV, or I think it was on her Instagram page, she shared where women were dancing in their wedding gowns for husband. And there was a pastor that was, I mean, where are we going in that society? Because it seems like, because the head is bad, everything that stems from there is just worse. And I'm not saying he's solely responsible for it, right? I'm saying that the culture and the way people are brought up and made to believe certain things, right? And the stigma that comes with you not being married. Because if you're a single person, it's almost like nobody even sees you, you are not respected at all. And most women are staying in the house because in this marriages that are really not marriages. I call them situationships, right? Because of what people would say. Because they're always trying to compare themselves to the next person, right? They want to feel like they're doing better than the next person. Me don't marry. She never marry. I mean, even here, I've met Nigerians tell me, you're not married, you don't have children at this time. When will you start having children? What of grandchildren? The mentality is so deep, and the people that are asking these questions, they're not fly by day kind of people. They're highly educated people, and they're successful in their different careers. So what really can we do as a society? What can we do as a people
Yeah.
to be to educate and get people's mindsets to there are
Mm.
culture we have great culture, don't get
Okay.
me wrong. It
Mm.
get culture way good for Nigeria. I mean, I
Yeah.
can name 100 of the
Yeah.
culture. If we can upgrade on that culture and start to do relationships in a much healthier way, I
Mm.
guarantee you, Africa, people, you see, as they say, they drag for American passports
Mm.
and British
Okay.
passport, forget. they go dey
Okay.
drag for Nigerian passport. So
Okay.
Bill, abeg,
Yes.
help
Uh,
us.
yes. Thank you very much, Omoye. I've taken time to assess some basic realities of life, which applies in a lot of societies and the way human being lives. Number one, freedom is only achieved through the oppressed and not the oppressor. So, for instance, if people are talking, I'm not bringing politics, but just as an example, if people are talking of change in Nigeria, it is the oppressed that will change it, not the politicians that will change it. Like the people will revolt and say, we don't
Mm,
want this anymore. So that's why me and you today can say to Nigerians, decide your future. I'm not mentioning any candidate. I'm just giving an example, illustration, right? So we believe that whoever the people choose is the kind of leader they're going to get, right? So, having said that, that is because the leaders are the oppressors, while the people are the oppressed. Even in the United States,
interesting
huh?
point. Interesting angle. I'm listening to you.
Yes, yes. So even in the United States, when racism was happening, it was the black that stood up on themselves, right? They did not go to meet white and say, "Come and fight for us." So, what do I mean by this? I totally accept as a man that yes, educating our men, empowering our men, and educating them, training them on how to treat a woman, this and that is important. But the higher strength depends on women themselves. Now, have you ever taken time to ask yourself, why will the same Nigerian man who will disrespect, I'm not saying all men, I'm just saying, for instance, if you put the same Nigerian man who will disrespect a fellow Nigerian woman, will go and respect a fellow, let me use an African woman so that it will not be like it's a matter of race, the same black skin, the same everything, right? You know, and will become more conscious in his behavior. It's because the other party have been able to more demonstrate. The men already have the retentive memory. So if when leaders know that the oppressed are not going to take the nonsense, they're not going to, they're never going to react that way. If I come into this show, this is your program, and I know that there's something I will do, Moye will not take it. For me to continue to talk, I will not try it. Do you understand? You know. So
Hmm,
yes.
that's a good point.
So when we start from women as enabler, we're not trying to segregate, but we are trying to say they have the higher power to change things rather than from the men angle. Now, let's take a cue from the recent story that happened. For instance, do you know that, in my own opinion, nothing is absolute? Again, I always use the word nothing is absolute because there can be exceptional cases and a few exceptional cases, but I'm always going by majority of what I've seen. In my own opinion, trust me, if you date a foreigner, like an African American lady, for instance, they are more committed in relationship more than even our Nigerians. Our Nigerian women are even more wiser. They are even more conscious. But take a moment to understand where I'm going to. They can invest all their life in that relationship, yet what they will not take, they will not take. If that makes sense. Do you understand? Like,
Absolutely, yeah.
yes, an African American woman can even give you a bank account. I've just given an example. I'm not saying, I'm just using
I
money
didn't
side
hear
as an
you. I
example.
understand
Yeah.
where you're coming from.
She can give you everything. She can commit herself to that relationship 100%. But the day she has the belief or seat that you are disrespecting her, she's going to call that relationship to an halt. Do you understand what I'm saying? So therefore, the man becomes cautious, if that makes sense. A Nigerian woman that's even very
Hmm.
brilliant, which I even support, because most Nigerian ladies say if they're even dating you as a boyfriend, girlfriend, self, which is good. Even that is the part I won't tell my kids to follow, for instance. They will even be more conscious. They won't give everything. They will hold on first. You know what I mean? Most likely, until maybe when they are not married and all that. When once they don't meet that threshold, marry, carry them, go altar, go pull ring for their hand. That is where Nigerian women lose it. So therefore,
Background.
yes, that's where Nigerian women lose it too. Nigerian women are the best women, or they are more intelligent. But the problem is they have not been able to show to men that, listen, the fact say you carry me go altar, if you can't change them for me tomorrow, I go change them for you. I no go blink eye. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? So
Absolutely.
they have not been able to send that message that no matter what. So the men now, I'm a Nigerian man speaking, so I know the men themselves now know that all efforts is just to carry the woman to cross that line. Once you don't cross that line, finish. It 99% of the time, the woman not get where they go. So therefore, what causes it? A lot of things. Personal understanding or culture, like they will call it, or personal opinion, individual and societal influence. If, for instance, a country where, apart from culture, a girl will use all our marriage ceremony. I'm not saying don't make a big marriage. When you want to marry, you have done everything. Call even your enemy to come and chop chicken on your marriage day. You've done everything, put it on social media, everything. Even that night of your marriage, you discover that this man is a ritualist. The woman cannot say, oh, as bad as this thing is, I don't care what this old crowd think. Let this thing come to an halt. He never even born inside though. I'm telling you, she cannot. That is the Nigerian woman, because Africans naturally, mostly we Nigerians, including men or women, we are more concerned on what people think rather than the reality. Once we begin to have this mentality, it's not a question of teaching people how to react, how to live. No. Once we can have this mentality to understand that life is about you. Oh my, your life is about you. It's not about me. My life is about me. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Right.
So therefore, anything that you are doing that is not making you happy, only you know to yourself. Bill cannot come and tell you.
No.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Good. So everybody's decision is like their engine. So every engine car knows whether that engine don't get problem or it don't knock. So it is now your own ball game to run it. So what am I trying to say here? Most of all these things we are saying, this African, whether they come abroad, they come there, they don't come there. If you notice, when the foundation is bad, it cannot stand. It's in the Bible. Even
That's
Quran,
right.
they there. Even for natural law, for those who are not doing any religion, if the foundation not strong, if the building carry load, it will fall one day.
That's true.
That is just the truth, because the foundation is not strong. What do I mean? Most times, it's not about age. It's not about anything. If we first, as Nigerians, don't even understand the real meaning of marriage, then anything we talk with is just waste of time. Because I knew.
Say it again, Bio. Please say that part again. Abeg na man dey talk oh, not be woman oh.
If
Na
we don't know
man,
the
na dey
meaning of
hear am
marriage,
directly from Nigerian man. Abeg talk am again.
if we don't know the meaning of marriage, then there is nothing we can do. You understand what I'm saying? So, and what is this? Because, first of all, I, as a person, what I know marriage is 10 years ago, trust me, it's not what I know marriage is today.
Absolutely.
Do you know why? Because before, the average thing that comes to one's mind then is, oh, marry born. So you are married because of picking. You are not married because of who you can live with. Does that make sense?
Gagan, talk
Yes,
am
now.
again.
Uh-uh. If you marry because of picking, you not marry because of who you feel live now with. You just marry because you want born now. It's that
Hmm.
simple. So why are you deceiving yourself? Whether you call it marriage and you just, but if you ask yourself the question really, why did you really marry? 99% of the time, you're going to find out that most people just enter that marriage because they just know marriage, born, start to the race, picking quick, quick, go. But once you understand life and understand that those things are supposed to be flowers of marriage, not the root, right? The main root
Right.
is who can you live with? Do you understand my point? You know,
Mm-hmm.
in fact, anybody when office sit down think say the man or woman who I marry, you know, if you ask yourself one question, say to yourself, oh, don't say it publicly, say it to yourself. All the married people listening to me. If you ever marry somebody and you cannot answer a question that, God forbid, the person you marry, if you say nothing born, you will still be happy. That means you married wrongly already.
Hmm.
Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? You
Say
know?
it again. Say it again. That one it fly over my head. I want hear
Yes.
am again.
So what I'm saying is, for those that are married today, it is not a question for guilt, but it's a question for you to understand something. If today, even with kids that you have, thank God, God has blessed us with kids and all that. But if you ask yourself one question, that at the time you are marrying your husband or you are marrying your wife, either way, that God forbid, if for instance kids did not come out as byproducts, I call it byproduct of that marriage,
Right.
right? That you would not have still remained or you will not be happy. That means you married for the wrong reason.
Hmm.
And that means that your marriage cannot work because at the end of the day, even though it's rolling, it's just rolling because of byproducts, not because of marriage. So why did I tell you that what I believe 10 years ago about marriage is not what I know for today? It's simple because not in terms of social enlightenment or whatever, but my understanding of marriage as of today is that as I am today, let us, there's power in the mouth. Do you understand what I'm saying? Anybody that is coming to my life, the first thing I consider, not be picking, no. I first consider whether I can live with this person. Does that make
Hmm.
sense? Do you
Right.
understand? Can we do we share things in common? Can we live together for life if marriage is for better
Hmm.
for worse? Leave picking aside first. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? So
Yes.
if you don't pass that exam, even if you can give me 30 children, I don't want you.
Hmm.
Yes.
Hmm.
So this is why those this in this part of this world, for instance, they've been able to separate the difference between childbirth and marriage.
Right.
In this part of this world, even if a man impregnates young boy, impregnates a young girl, they don't even verbally ask them in question, ah, you must marry her now. It doesn't happen
Mm-mm.
because they believe marriage is a separate thing from childbirth.
Right.
I don't
Right.
know if you understand the logical thing
I
here.
am
So
understanding you,
good.
my brother. They hear
But in
you.
Nigeria, once somebody in Africa says, once a girl get belay for you, the next thing, ah, you must marry him. So it tells you now that the point here, what I'm going to is that the definition, the understanding of marriage for a majority is on the wrong foundation in the first place.
Hmm.
And that is
Hmm.
why when they're not going to that marriage, they will continue to have challenges because there was no love which they thought they had between both of them. They will now see that the children that are supposed to be byproducts, that was supposed to even spark the marriage beauty, will now almost become what is separating them.
Hmm. Hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying now? You
I
know?
they hear
You, I
you.
have to bring my shekere. No
Okay.
vex, you don't hear me talking. I go find my shekere because I just dey. If you see as I follow my pikin vex, where are the musical instruments? I have to find the shekere, so I go dey ring am
Bio,
because
they
my
drop.
bro, see,
My
we no
God.
we no scatter table o. We build a whole new table. This table wey we build so I don't know the shape of the table. Wait till go. Whether na 8 sides, I mean na 25 sides, I mean na. But man, bros. I dey shake the shekere, make you dey hear. Bagam,
Hey,
bagam, bagam. You talk, 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 talk. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you, my sister.
The
We
shekere
just
dey
share.
shake, oh, you know
Yes.
be.
So,
You,
this issue is very deep. Yes, I
hmm.
agree 100% because you know every time we talk about relationship, be it marriage relationship, friend relationship, whatever relationship, it is always better when two parties do not have the objective, the thoughts to outsmart the other. When both have equal and opposite love.
Hmm.
You understand me? So,
Emwata.
when people don't know is that when you have other things that you love more than your relationship, you would think those are the drivers of the relationship, but they are not actually the drivers. Those are the things you love more than your relationship. Another thing apart from children, money.
Hmm.
So, if you married your husband at the time, taking out children now, knowing that if this man, for instance, at that time you are marrying him or you are marrying your wife, presumably that anything, because the only thing that is constant in life is change.
Right.
Anything that he has today or what he has not yet, God forbid, if he lost this thing, will you still have married him or her?
Hmm.
So that is why when people now go into relationship, into marriage, when the winds of change comes,
Then go they
situation
shake like
changes.
shekere. Hey.
Because the natural love was not there. Do you
Hmm.
understand? The natural love was not there. We were loving the other things, both the ones we could see or those we were ever seeing.
Hmm.
Do you understand? So,
Right.
yeah, and when those things eventually did not come in the way that we expected it, or even if they do, and the other party is not happy with it, problem will come. So,
Hmm.
therefore, I want to say, so that other people can contribute now, that our Nigerian women, please educate both our men and women too, both women, educate your daughters on the importance of first loving themselves and know that your happiness does not depend on another.
Bagam.
back down. I
Be-
agree, fire.
Hey.
once woman, see, oh my, I want to tell you an evidence that you two will agree. I know why you agree with me on this one. Not because you want to agree with me, because I believe you must have experienced it too. I believe so because I've experienced it based on my situation now. So let me tell you this. It may sound funny. People who are very truthful, it's very difficult for them to find partner, especially if they are looking for Nigerians.
My hand is up. My hand is. Can you see my
Oh
hand?
yes,
Two of them is
yeah.
up,
My brother
including my
listen
legs.
to.
Including my legs. They are all up. I
See,
did this table, Bio. Not true,
if
you talk.
somebody
No lies detected.
show me a woman
Hmm.
or a man that you are laughing and say 40 something, if you never marry, I will tell you he can have other problem. But one thing I will put my bet on, now somebody will be realist where they say the truth as it is.
Gbagam.
Na
Me
true you
man
talk.
don't men don't tell me. Men don't tell me.
See,
They say they not fit handle because I they talk am right. When I talk, I know wetin I go take from you and I know and I they
now,
quick to call out people BS.
you know why?
Yes.
The day you decide to pretend,
Before
yes,
you continue,
mhm,
on that point, let me just
yes,
say a little thing that happened to me so many years
all right,
back when I
go
met my
ahead.
husband. He, he's somebody that he loves women's intelligence because he will tell you, I learn more from being around women than from being around men. Because he says, in as much as the women will bring in their emotions, but they will tell you the truth. It is when you cannot handle the truth as a man, that's when you have a problem. So when we started dating, he would ask me something and I would say something. He would ask me something and I would say something. One time, he did not ask me anything and I said something. And he said, I didn't ask for your opinion. And I told him, well, if you expect me to be a sitting couch, then that's the door. I sorry, I don't do that. I don't know how to be quiet. I will, if I see something that is wrong, whether you ask my opinion or not, I'm going to say it. If you cannot handle it, that's the problem with your attitude. Fix it. But that's not who I am. And if you cannot handle who I am right now with my mouth running like railway, bros, that don't be that, waka. And it anybody that would have heard that conversation would have thought that, wow, you're being rude. What's wrong with this lady? You never even enter house, you don't give instructions. My husband didn't take it like that. He
Yes, he said it's paced.
he appreciated it
Mm-hmm.
and said, thank you. And even egged me on and said, there may be days I want to say something, but I cannot say something. Be my backup. I say, look, I am your biggest cheerleader. Just show me the way. I will go there. And that's very, very true. Until today, I think you you get to a point in marriage where it's not husband and wife now. It's now
Yes.
two best buddies,
Oh,
two friends,
thank God.
that can live with each other and
Mm-hmm.
live without each other and still
Mm-hmm.
be very, very much together. And I think that's a lot of problem. A lot of not just Nigerian women, a lot of people have. You marry the man, so say you know if you do without the man. I don't want that kind of marriage, oh. God forbid. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I want stay, I want to enjoy myself. So that if you know they, bros, I full ground. I am enough for me.
Mhm.
So I didn't mean to cut you short, but I wanted to get into that
No,
point before you
in
continue.
fact, your point was a booster. You know why? Because coming from a lady's perspective who is happily married and seeing that point that I gave about from the foundation, which is you set the pace. You see, where you came in, you were talking about Omoye and how we're identifying why you should be real, the importance of being real and not start a relationship of fake or pretense. Is because you see, if you are expecting something, you are in for a shocker, what is not realistic, right? So if your expectations are not met somehow, you will get disappointed. But if you know, that was why I started when I told you that example, not because I just use them as an example, 'cause I believe most of us at this time are within the American side. But however, if we are not, a lot of us have traveled, so it's almost the same thing everywhere. We already know that we have this subconscious mind in behind our brain when we are dealing with people that we know that in their culture, they're not saying if you do any, you see any. I don't know if you understand, So the same way, if a Nigerian man still meet a Nigerian woman that he knows that this woman, she's loyal, she does her things. It's not about nobody is saying a woman should come and carry strong face here. No. But in discussion, in relationship, the man have even perceived that this is my wife. Forget to if he take anything, but you get where you go push and reach, she go change her for you. I don't know if you understand. Anytime in that marriage, that particular man will be very conscious and maintain that lane. Most of the things that happen, listen to all those stories now. The one Omoya was about to give us, for instance, this evening, even though she have not even dropped it on the floor. but we can already can tell the background. That man now, not justification, no. But if you ask him in his wicked justification, which is wrong, he will say, woman, we no fit talk that time. I'm telling you, woman, when me the say, go wash my toes. You know what I'm trying to tell you?
Not
Now,
true. Not
he
true.
won't come tell me, say, get sense.
Not true. You talk. Not true. You talk.
Truth
Not
now.
true. You talk.
So the man, because you didn't, the pace was not set well. See, you don't need to have achieved something to set a pace, for instance. Do you understand? See, Omoye always say it 100%. In fact, she stopped saying it again. It was from Omoye I started learning it when she kept saying it that, listen, the kind of family she came from, they not care. If you like, may you be governor for yourself. That one are your own. They have their own dignity. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? You know?
Mm-hmm.
That is how human beings supposed to be. So people pretend to get in somewhere, and when they are in that marriage, they will not show their real self, and they will be quarreling that the man or the woman change. They not change. They only went to what they were before. That is just the truth.
Very
Eh?
true.
So I
Very
don't really
true.
understand this thing. You know, you go into a car lot, you want to go and buy a car, you saw it there, say steady already, they shake small, small, right? But
Mm.
just because you want to show your friends that you bought a car, you say, I go buy and give me, give me, give me. You carry the car, you carry and go ask. After 30 days, steady begin to say, I don't know the kind of car I go buy. But you saw it. Eh?
That's
I don't
true. That's
understand
true.
how human being want to change nature. How can you
That's
change nature?
You're very correct. And I think it circles back to that thing that you said from the beginning. Know yourself. Know
Yourself.
yourself. Know what you can take. Know what you cannot take. And another thing is, if a lot of I'm speaking from the perspective, from the angle of Nigerian women. If
Yes.
most of the Nigerian men back at home have in 1% of their head that their wives or their girlfriends can walk away with nothing, they will sit up. They will sit up. Because when you know, say this woman, no be waiting and they give her nine, they keep her for this place. Oh. No be she get her own for body, she feel waka,
The
you will
main
sit up.
thing, just know that the woman herself, even if see, sorry, my sister, honestly,
No,
what you just said there, it carries a lot of point. But I will still tell you that even like some Nigerian women that even have everything, one mogo pack can still sit on their head based on the understanding that
oh,
this woman not get where they go. I
very
dey tell you,
true. Very true.
Very
That
true,
the
Bill.
very
you never see
the
mogo
moment
pack where
just
they control bank manager. What are you saying?
not
Hmm.
true. Not true. Not true you talk. I get
Because
one
the man
younger
already know say this woman no want shame. This woman, the way they look am so, you know if you go talk am for church, say I want divorce am. You know if you go talk am for I tell her friends, they go laugh am. I don't
not
know if you
true.
understand what I'm trying to
Not
tell you.
true. No, you
And
what you talk makes sense. Makes plenty sense.
if they get the mentality, say all these are women not send o, you do anyhow, you say anyhow. You don't understand the level. The man
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
go he go caution himself. Me, I dey tell you something. Now because they don't already
May
know,
I
say,
quick sorry,
yeah,
sorry,
go
Bill.
ahead.
May
That
I
will
quick
do
give
for
you
now, yeah. Hmm.
yeah, may I quick give you one gist, right? So there was one time I met a guy and we went on a couple of dates, right? So the guy, I think we're having a conversation about something. As we dey talk, it now turned into an argument. I disagree. He was standing on his point. I was standing on my point. The guy don't know when he raised his hand up. We had not started dating, no, like officially. The guy don't raise his hand. It was he was bringing it. Now I tell her say, if that hand drop, go see, go miss as they come down. Eh? Who you think say I just change am? We were in a restaurant, oh, mind you. We were in a restaurant. You understand? After that day, I left, and then he called me a couple of days later. He was trying to apologize and all of that. So I now used the opportunity to ask him. I was like, what was on your mind? What were you thinking? You know, he now said, you know what, he's going to be honest with me. He's never met anyone any Nigerian girl that has confronted him like I have. He's never, his last girlfriend, na hand he take driver. The girl, na her people can't even carry the girl. Now come tell am say, you miss road for where I do. Because that hand for not true, if for not land, if for not reach ground, you for not know when the thing will come up for your sockets. Not be boasting, no. You know, why am I saying this? There are some things a lot of us, a lot of Nigerian women, and I'm going to say us because the Nigerian women that they talk about, we they put up with crap, loads of crap, just because one day relationship. Forget about marriage. I don't see people when you don't experience unspeakable things for relationship, not marriage, relationship alone. They go dey there, the man go squeeze the orange. When I say squeeze the orange, I'm not just talking about kerewa. I'm talking about the girl go dey busy in the kitchen cooking. In fact, they call her all the names, say na she go be the one. They run up and down. After years of doing that, the man go waka comot, right? And meanwhile, the woman don't take all the rubbish, the dustbin when don't come. He go leave am, nothing go happen to her. He go meet another girl. See, na true be your talk, and I completely agree. Until women, Nigerian women get okay. Look at for example now, Osinachi's case. I would have expected that one would be such an outcry. People go shut down the entire state. There'll be cars not go dey fit move for road because of wetin happen to that woman. Nothing happened. No pim. Instead, they wan rally because they share money. You see women full everywhere. Sylvester money when the small boy when they delete for secondary school. And that one another opportunity to shut down the entire country. Women, no concern me. Matter of fact, they still send their children to the same school. When they say now women are be women enemy, not true. Now them be the gatekeepers. But guess what? We will resist those gatekeepers and do what we need to do, because the truth is, until the oppressed really open mouth, shout, say never again, the oppressor, the end though. It be like gluten. It be like person when they chop, the belly food. Now so oppression be. The more you keep taking the oppression, the more you keep taking the oppression. Even ordinary friend, when you say nothing deal, now just be friend. If you they put up with the bull crap, they take in bull crap every time. The person they do, it go turn you to doormat. Before you know, you go.
Person they enjoy something, they go tell them me stop. Who they enjoy what they do? I mean, how they suffer, you go tell me stop. Now who they suffer, go complain. No be who they enjoy now. Nigerian men they enjoy that nonsense. What they do? You don't know.
Ogabio, see, make I tell you, what you talk so not true, because now only abusive man where they abuse his wife, where they do all kinds of nonsense in front of his wife. When your wife see road to come obodo ibo and to tell the man to make it come, the man gonna go fit come, because he go come see say all that nonsense when they do for that side for home, they can't try it here. Everybody eye open, and once they report the man,
some men don't want to bring their wife come here. This one they put talk. The average Nigerian man is an oppressor of a woman. I don't tell you finish. Nobody on my head they tell you so. Let's say it as it is. Forget all those on they talk. The average Nigerian man mentality, not everybody. Reluctantly, they don't know. It's an oppressor. Nigerian man just like to oppress. So whether you like talking from today to tomorrow, some of them day till tomorrow say they don't want to put their wife in a position where they feel rebel against their bad character. So always on the talk. So see, so what are we not saying? Not like I haven't watched him himself. I won't mention his name because I don't want to promote his channel. One Nigerian boy, he talk since for politics, he did Nigeria since. Which year? 4 days ago, he just come up. I just look the boy, they play. I've never wanted to comment or make anything. They don't even know me. I don't know him. He just go UK with his family. Now, yesterday, they learned how to to put baby food for the bottle
I
for a
see him.
pikin
I not
for
go
the
talk,
first
but I
time.
see him.
Not mention a name
I
because
see.
it's
I
not
don't
important.
mention his name. I
But I
see him.
just cite it as an example.
Yeah.
A man
I
that
beg,
have
don't
two
worry, later
children,
make you text me later. I go look.
eh?
Make I go look the
A
video.
man with
I
two
beg,
children.
me
Now
later
they
if
put
I
show himself
dey.
for video how he wife the teach him. Oh.
I'm
So
telling you.
that kind of man now, I even like him because he's facing reality. Do you understand? Because it's even bold to even show the reality he's facing, right? If not some men said, say not show that part. But what I'm trying to say here in essence is that a man like Anna, if he did Nigeria now, do you think you can't tell her for Nigeria make can't change? They will not want to hear that. And since we are talking here, talking here, talking here. That's why most times when I'm talking on most of all these shows, because I talk of only shows you can ever hear my voice is Obodo Yibo and Omoye TV. And only once or twice I have spoken on one political channel, once or twice, if I can remember. Now, what am I trying to say? I believe if I'm talking to an audience, I would rather know these are the audience I'm dealing with. Do you understand?
Yeah,
So since
yeah,
we are in this abroad, there's a way I will talk so that those of this people here will understand.
Yeah.
This show, if you open it up now, say 50% of people just come from Nigeria. Now, this is how they talk. It be like Latin for where they did. You know what they call Latin?
Oh yeah.
Where you don't understand the meaning, the different language. Latin is like to Catholic. Latin is like speaking in tongues to in a Pentecostal. So what they not they'll be like they don't understand. So what they just want they talk. Say this and that, liberate fire. Forget that thing.
Gabriel, make I make you laugh. Make I make you laugh. So many years back, after staying for some time here, all of us can travel. Now the first time wey I go carry my pikin go house. So my husband, we can't go see one of our our friends wey we don't sabi for so many years. And when we reach the place, now the wife tell me say, I say I want enter market. Now the wife say, okay, make we go now. Since she been get 3 children, and in fact to show you how close we were, one of the picking na my namesake. Now I tell her say, make we go. As we dey waka come on, now I just carried my pikin. And my pikin that time is small, less than 15 months. I just carry the pikin, wham, put on my husband body and waka dey go. And I even look back. And my friend say, ah, you left the baby with him. I said, before uncle, is that not his father? Is it not the father? Who would I have left him with? He said, no, bring the baby now. I said, why? She mean you see that market where they go. Ah, the baby cannot carry all that wahala. And then I'm not in the mood of stressing myself. She just she just they look me. Her look was like, my goodness, the disrespect. How you go disrespect your husband? Give him picking like that. As we dey waka comot, then my husband come say, see where I put the baby thing where we been carry come. I say, I tell am where e dey. But to her, it was so shocking. I didn't understand what it was. And for goodness sake, I did not understand what it was for such a long time. Now
Right.
later, now come they look back, see, because in our setting, how dare you? Now, woman, they look after pikin. If you
Mm-hmm.
like, make you sick. Now
Mm-hmm.
that pikin are on top your head today, as you go chop, as you go take bath, everything. But we had been in a place where everybody plays 50-50. You do your own, I do your own, I do my own. Take it, you
A
continue.
place with
You're
face
tired, I
reality. That is
continue.
it.
And I'm at home. It's such a foreign thing. You go
Yeah.
see the woman go tire, finish. The man not go even do pim. You not go even do like say body they shake, I mean breeze they blow. You go just sit
Yeah.
down where they sit down. It go be like now only that woman I born that pikin.
Mhm.
Therefore, her responsibility now only she go carry am. And it's such a
Yeah.
wrong thing. So wrong.
Abroad is reality, just to take note, it's reality. I personally, once I discuss with men, because I mostly, this thing I discuss with men, this thing when I tell you, you see, by the grace of God, I'm so privileged to have a lot of friends that even when they marry, if say, if maybe we go out to drink or they just did together, they will just bring topic. When I give my answers, sometimes they go ask me, say, this man self, if let's say they live another world in marriage life, do you understand? Because of what I will say, it's not really what they will expect. Abroad is reality. Do you understand? The reality is this. Even when they say abroad 50-50, I don't even believe in that 50-50 ideology. It's reality. It can be 50-50 because of reality, but it's not because it is even be shared. It's the reality. For instance, you as a woman, you are living in this abroad. Let's say you have to go to work. How you want to do picking now? You want to run for road?
Attire.
I don't know if you understand me, Omoye. So this is
Yeah.
not a, it's not a gender thing. It's not a, this one is oppressing this one. Now reality with the face, so it's the reality. So you cannot say, okay, your wife, you want to go and do something. I want to go to the market. You know, go take care of your picking. It's the reality. So I always tell people, even in this abroad, safe. So depending on the work situation, how many times have we discussed this year? If, for instance, you go marry a woman and the woman at the end of the day, as a family, both of you come to a conclusion and discover that if this woman work, you go bring better money than you go work, right? And if you go work, she go work, your money never reach to pay babysitter. You know the master, you go sit at home.
Word.
100 zero,
Facts.
sef. No be joke,
Mm,
100 0. It's
mm,
reality.
mhm.
Unless you want to just come and bring useless mentality, it's reality. So it's our time that we just follow reality and just understand that you cannot change nature. Things are, you just face it one on one. Do you understand? And once you know this thing, you will never have problem because you don't even need to be in that marriage to understand because that mentality is already there for you. You already know. You're friending a girl, you're dating a girl in America, for instance. You know, thank God now let me date you now. And maybe girl not say, okay, maybe talk and go fine. If not, what I would say is that even in that relationship, say your girlfriend go work, come back. No, because they would stay together or whatever. You a man started waiting for you to come and cook before he eats. Now the same thing go do for inside marriage now. Do you understand what
Mm,
I'm trying to say?
absolutely.
Same thing go do for inside marriage. Because even though you never feel one day you started just overlook and then for now just answer say honey, let me ask you one question. I know we never marry, but we joke like joke now. And thank God you've already eaten this. You didn't enjoy the food. Yes, thank you very much. But do you know that this thing you did is not fair? Some people will even say it, they won't say it. They will keep it until after
Yes.
marriage.
Yes.
Then you can't complain after marriage. It's not good, it don't make sense now.
Sister
Because
Bio, you just made a point, and because you said that, it just brought something to my mind. You know, in Nigeria, when women want marry, when all these girls want marry,
you're
they
right.
dey pretend. They go
Ah,
pretend. They go hide their bad
come on, yeah.
attitude. The ones wey
Everything.
no sabi cook, they go learn how to cook, or they'll go dey order food,
Mm.
but they'll pretend
Na
say na
everything
them
be you
cook
go
am,
talk.
right? Then when they
Mm-hmm.
don't marry finish, they'll go dey
Finish.
show their true
Ah,
character.
what I tell you say wrong foundation. Some of them go even use money tetere the man enter. You just had a joke.
Yes, no,
I
not
not get
true.
friends when they we not a hear story.
Mm.
Many of them they complain. They'll come in and say, she just carry me enter this thing. I tell ya. I go laugh. I say, when you get around, they say, that time I never married this woman. With this woman, they work for bank. Before I go turn, go just buy me this, buy me this. I say, hey, don't leave. You know, all that money, she'll come begin to collect about small, small. Before you even talk, say, are you not a man? Come on, get out of here, go work. Then one guy will go marry one time. As the gist, then they talk about the woman. They come and say, as friends, we all the gist, say, okay, where you like this woman? Can they talk some kind of things? They come and say, oh, this is where they talk. So now before marriage, you know, the Naija woman, maybe just they prepare you, but we are not trying to say she can't be real. But let's ask you a question. What if you become married, enter the marriage tomorrow, things can still change more? Nobody say she changed as a person, but this small thing you complain, give and I give you small thing, you not gonna do again, cause what you go do? You can't quiet for a minute. See, yeah, let me tell you,
African
for
warrior.
Nigeria,
African warrior.
for Nigeria, so we men, just sorry to say, just when you marry themselves, they'll show you eye service. It is not a
That's
joke.
true.
Yes,
That's
yes,
true
not
enough.
true.
Uh-uh.
That's true
I
enough.
get
I
brother,
service.
Wait, first, I get
Packaging
brother.
well, well.
I get blood brother we marry one time. That time I go Nigeria that year. I think they invest itself abroad. They will tell me, my friends will tell me, say, if not be wife, that wife, it too good. Oh. That can never marry. Oh. I can say, what did you guys dey do now? This boy is okay now. He's the guy they feed down. One did not call, ask that my brother, say this my guy. I must not only do for me. I can't look and say, if you want talk, my friend can tell me, say, when you go for the wrong objective, that's the point here. It's not about a woman's side or a man's side, because it is
Mm-hmm.
both way. We are only turning woman on, and men still do it too. Men,
Mm-hmm.
they will lure you into that marriage. Before marriage, they don't carry you go, they do shopping, buy ticket for you. The question is, will it continue like that? That is the question.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Hmm.
to start something that they talk, oh, not to continue, now that they talk. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You go and fall in love with a man because the man they take you out for relationship, this and this, and you don't enter the marriage. After marriage, one boat cruise and never go for the last 20 years. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? That
Of
is not the
course.
point. So, but if you know that those are not the things, look at the main things that make you like somebody or love somebody, no be these things. So at the end of the day, this my brother end up marrying that girl. I didn't even take
Okay.
note of that event to whether they talk since. So few years later, I went to Nigeria. They come to complain. One of my relative said, "That wife, hmm, you sir." He said, who wants to love my brother way sharp like this?" Now so he go ask one day, see he they watch children cloth. Now looking like this, I got quiet. Now I ask one question. I said, don't be the woman where they tell that I say, may I join the thank God do this woman not this star. Now say what you can
Now
change.
gossip.
Now ask them what you can change. Now say I beg you, me and I will get to my time. My talk why I come here. I just do I take push am off that topic because I'd already think I'm far. You understand that
Yeah.
they were looking at the wrong things. They were not really looking at the main things. That's my point. Do you understand?
Yeah.
If you look at the main things, you will not really be shocked in when you see things. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
So it's the same way. That's what we are saying here when we said people just act to get what they want. After they get what they want, now become their real self. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Which is not good. And at the end of the day, problem will continue to come. Yeah. So I yield for a moment. Yes.
Thank you very much, Bio. Matter of fact, you don't scatter all the scatterables.
Abio.
Ice, come. The last one now, ice, remove all the curtain for the house, break all the glasses, remove the pillars when they take stand the house, erase them to the ground. Now, yes, ice, there was a lot of expose because the truth be told, now, I don't understand this, you see the situation in your life is getting bad. You see someone else's situation is worse. You don't see anything. Everybody just they sweep am under carpet. They sweep am under carpet. The marriage in Nigeria can be like joke. People just they marry as they marry, they do all kinds of things to each other just to stay in the marriage. You go they hear people, even with all this one way they talk, you go they hear people they advise people to stay in a toxic marriage. Marriage when they know
Mm-hmm.
say if that person stay any moment, one day more, that person fit delete. They not care. They go they encourage them to stay. Look at that video for instance where these girlfriends come they tell and say we love you. What kind of love is that? That's love
Exactly.
unto
Exactly.
deletion. Love unto
Exactly.
deletion. Now where is she now? Those same people that were shouting we love you, where are they? This is the
Mm-hmm.
problem. It is time as Nigerian women, you think that you're doing yourself, you're protecting your marriage, or you're not only you don't marry pass,
Oh my,
right?
make I give you one small gist.
Go ahead.
A few months, no, what am I even saying? Yeah, a few months ago, one of my friends for here we won't marry. Now Igbo girl. We did drive from our point and we were going out of state. So we didn't time to the drive, all of us they talk of how the wedding could be, blah 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 blah. Nine for me, like I want to say about an hour or an hour 30
Uh-oh, audio, BB. Anyway, prior before she come back,
Can you hear me now?
now I can hear you. Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
So as we were driving to the place, and I will get text message. I think an hour, 30 minutes to the final destination. Then tell us say they don't call off the wedding. Now I look my husband with the drive the motor. I say, excuse me, eh? Meet Motimura. What? Nonsense. I beg, let's go. It's not
Mhm.
true. Somebody's playing a prank on us. True. We got there. The wedding had been called off. Oh my, this is like 3 hours to the wedding.
Mhm.
Now, so
The, the wedding had been called off.
hmm,
So of course they had their own issues.
Yeah.
Two days, and I was going. We were going to stay in the family house where this girl is supposed to be. So we went to see her. We just said instead of just wasting the trip, let's just and have fun. So we stayed with them, and then we come back. Like 2 days, 3 days later, now I can't call my friend say, sister, what happened? You say, so many things, this, that, no one particular reason why I still hold for her. Now I can't ask her and say, instead of me asking what happened, let me even ask her, what did you see in this guy? Meanwhile, these people when we dey talk about Kinshomo, this is somebody that is in her mid 50s. The guy too was in her mid 50s. This is supposed to be their no, supposed to be her second marriage and the guy's first marriage. So I asked her, I
Okay.
said, what did what was the attraction? She said them may not know themselves from when they're small, and then they come lose touch, she can't go and marry another person. And so now they come see themselves again, and now that she's single, she wants to start her life again, blah blah blah. Now I can ask and say, waiting been really push you. Let's forget about the puppy love of 19, I'll be when we're 16 and 17, because that time don't pass. Now we don't get experience for life. But what was the attraction this second time? Now she talk, oh, the way he makes me feel, the way he does, the way he does. Now I can ask and say, what do you think attracted you to him? What do you think he saw? She couldn't tell me any particular one single thing. So now they do all the loving, and the man just they collect.
hmm,
Now I can ask and say, so who called this thing off? The shocking part, na her niece, na him send message to make wedding no hold. I can't say why your
wow,
niece go do that kind of thing. He say because the niece don't look am, the niece don't hear. I can't call the niece. I say wetin happen. He say all the time he just dey hear me until they complain, until they complain. I say they complain about you, say they complain about the guy. I say sure, why go they complain? Say you don't do this, you don't do this, you don't do that. Ah. Now she come the wonder say, which kind nonsense you want enter so? You are not happy 1 second, yet you are
Mhm.
going about the whole thing. Come tell
hmm,
and say, look, if nobody has told you, all you are excited about is the fact that you're going to get married. The dress, the venue, the food, the people that will come, how your ring is, the bling. That's it. But there is no worth in this thing because not once has this man been all over you the way you are all over him. So what is it? So if you cannot make the decision, I will make it on your behalf
Mhm.
so that I do not see you suffering for the rest of your life. It is supposed to be a second time for you. It should be better than your first time. And if this
Absolutely.
man is not all over you the way you are all over him, then it's only a matter of time. It's all going to go into sham.
Absolutely.
She said she followed
that's
the niece vex, so she followed the niece vex, so but she said she can't think and say now she's happy. She's so much happier because so many things, her eyes don't open for so many things. Say when the niece called the thing up, of course everybody vex. I can't ask her, say, so you don't get in touch with the guy. So the guy say, no one talks to him. Say, I ain't go do this and like that. Now I can't tell the guy, say, but you self, you don't get. He say, no, not being false. After all, him be man. He's in charge. He's in supposed to do this one. After all, in papa, now so the papa be the mama they gush over all over the mama. Now in the my friend tell her, say that was in Mexico. This is the United States of America. It doesn't work like that. So please, the way I am all over you, you should be all over me. I shouldn't do the loving more than you should. Even if it is going to be compared, let it be 50-50. but you were not even doing 10%. And I
Yeah.
did not see where that was going to go. So a lot of times, women at home, they are more into the wedding day. They are shabby, how much it go be, which venue we go
Right.
take, who
That's
go,
it.
who we go call, how make we make enough noise so that for
How
the
my
next 12
Instagram page
months.
go be
Yes, for the next 12 months, everybody going to talk about the wedding. I have to feature on
pepper
Bella Niger,
them, pepper them.
the pre-wedding shoot, the pre-wedding engagement shoot, or the to the point that you ask yourself, if you invest 10% of this energy that you're putting into the wedding, into the wedding day itself, into that marriage after the wedding, there might be hope, but a lot of them don't. And unfortunately, we don't come from a society where our mothers ever made that a point of topic. Some
Mm-hmm.
mothers did, but a lot of women, oh, mama, mommy, mommy, I want to marry you. Ọmọ mi orí ẹ pé wọ́n aṣẹ́bí yẹn wọ́n máa gbà
Exactly.
wọ́n máa bàtàyé tí mo bá na so they go
Nigeria.
dey hala
Fake
say
love, fake
wo
everything.
ìyárí sí
Everything fake.
bá mi pè yárí sí wo ẹran gidi la máa sè tọ́kì yẹn a máa dín dáadáa you no pass that one nothing for the mama to say this my pikin this house wey you wan enter so how your mother-in-law be how the sister-in-law be how where una go stay
You never
how
even
the
marry the
house
girl, said that they call their
nobody
relation self, say
nobody go ask
our
you that
daughter go
kind
to
thing.
marry. They talk of this one.
God bless you. Nobody ask any
You never
question.
go
Say,
engage. Just
hey,
made them for
make
let
them for
their
here.
made them for
Mm,
do pepper them to their own
yes,
brother
so yes,
children or
so
something.
the
Just so
age
you
yeah,
know
oh
yes
my
say
backy. I'm a
you know yes
voice.
say
Oh God.
Caro they marry soon. They never even do engagement so Nigerians do things, most of us we just do things
Ah,
for
oh
people to
God.
see.
Mm,
The earlier we just realize that people will always be people. Nigerians, they manufacture enemy by ourselves.
I'm telling you, Bill, your
Nigeria,
we the
head dead
manufacturer.
there.
see, if Nigerian person just sit down like this, you go begin to think, say, maybe Omoye not like me. Maybe I like Omoye. You think I'm joking? See, Nigeria. I don't know the guy God will create us. They manufacture enemy. So
Be on that
Oh
true
my
talk. That
if
true
you
talk. First, I mean, okay, example, now this one where she not come for some time.
hmm,
For Obodo Yibo. What
eh,
do people don't
eh,
talk? Life and direct, so
life
what
and
do
direct, some
people
people
don't
go
talk?
say, Bill the best. Oh.
Ah,
They say, Bill, no, you don't want to contribute. See, Nigeria,
mm,
even for Instagram, some people they look, this one not comment, this one are my enemy, this one comment. So what am I
eh,
trying to tell you? That is why you will see where a girl or a woman or a mother-in-law or a father-in-law, regardless of gender, one person ambition and say, once I don't do wedding, the picture. Cameraman, no, cameraman was expensive. Oh, the picture just zoom
mm,
and where,
mm.
zoom and where, pepper them. So, oh God, I
Hello,
say,
Carry
Jumare.
zoom and wear, pepper them. Show
I
your
begin to
side, show
look,
your side. What of your shoe and
I begin to,
your
I begin to look. I say, are they doing this for real or they are doing it for people? I don't know if you understand. You know, the objective is just wrong. When the objective don't bad, what can you do? What
people
can you
when
do?
exactly when the foundation is
Hmm.
broken, what can the righteous do?
What
Nine
can the
be
righteous
this.
do? That's not what the
Mm.
Bible talk. See, even Paul, as as in his own accord, not under the direction of the Holy Spirit or whatever, made a comment, which is the same thing as when people say literally today. You know, there are things that are beautiful, but if that thing will even lead you to destruction, it's better you never had it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you understand. Like, for instance, they say, okay, Bentley is good. But you know that if you buy Bentley, God forbid, you know, go stay one place, that Bentley like go buy enemy. You know what I mean? You know,
Yeah.
it's better maybe you not get money to buy that Bentley. That doesn't mean Bentley is not good. When Paul addressed in the Bible, for instance, and say, it's better for a man not to marry, though if he marry, he has not sinned. People don't
Mm.
understand. It's not saying marriage is not good. It's the same way as saying that The mistakes that come with marriage is even worse. The person will not regret that I better be single right from time. You know what I'm trying to tell you?
Yes.
So, what are we not saying here? Anything that you have to do, think about it first for yourself. Forget what people will say before people will talk. If you marry, you not born a wala. If you born one, they
Yep.
say only one picking. If you
Yep.
born two, they say only two girls, no boy. If you born two boy, one girl, listen, you born two boys, one girl.
Bio know the nook and cranny of this matter.
Honestly,
They say
honestly.
it's supposed to be two major balance. If you born two, the way I come and say carry come born is not so picking that they born on my day.
But actually, you
Oh
talk,
So
my brother,
what are
not
you
true,
going
you
to
talk.
do?
Now, you can't
my God.
satisfy everybody. You can't
Yeah,
satisfy everybody. And you see, for me, this wedding thing, I think it's a real big deal. It's a problem that a lot of people, I don't know why they don't see it like that. We send our kids, into situations, an institution that nobody has ever graduated from, on
Mm-mm.
on on unprepared for it, unprepared for it, because there's a lot they're going to deal with. It's a new family. You are bringing in your own ideas. Not everybody will be totally welcome to it. Have you taught your daughter, okay, this is how you handle it if everybody is not on board with it? Or this is how you handle conflict? Wahala, they no go tell him mama, or because they no go side with you. Now they're picking them go look. All those
Mm.
little things. Nobody pays attention to it. Everybody is after. And in fact, at some point in time, you're not going to even hear the papa voice, because at the mama alone, actually, the turkey, the lace, the scarf, the venue, the wine, which shoe, what color. You get one
Mm.
friend, when I been get one friend, we marry, we talk, say, when the one pick Ashebi, now everybody tell am say, make you take waiting everybody, what their friends go fit afford. And that time we did use service. He say no, say now this color rain, this color. Everybody don't say all of them don't go wedding when I don't get so certain color. So then go pick color when nobody don't use before. Now all of us we look and say, which kind of nonsense talk with this? He say, yes, so this person married the other time when I pick blue. This one married the other time when I carry green. This one color. He say, so I go do the color one I no get. I say, Laura marriage, oh girl. But you see, that is the mindset that they all have. That's the thinking that a lot of people have. And it starts from them watching our parents, because that's all they knew. So it's now on us to now change that narrative for the younger ones that are coming. That look, there's more to it than the clothes, than the wine, than the food. It's a whole new chapter of life that you need to be prepared for. How do you prepare yourself? What do you do? How do you cope when situations arise, when difficulties arise? How do you settle conflict? How do you make it get better? It's not a one day. If you were having date night, continue your date night. If you were going to places, continue. It doesn't end when you get into the house. In fact, the real work starts when the marriage starts, because you have to do everything to keep it lively, to keep it fun. Otherwise, you become a sitting potato. That one also becomes a sitting couch. And I don't know where we are going to start from to start changing things, but it has to at some point in time.
Hmm. Now, wow, see expose. BB. Bio, now do well.
Yeah,
Let's
let me
welcome
drop off.
Brother
Let me
Paul.
drop off the call, brother Paul. Let me welcome you as I drop off.
Oga
I will
Thank
join
you
the
Paul.
comment
so much,
section.
Bio.
All
In
right,
fact, you don't shatter
Oga Bill,
everywhere.
thank
Thank you
you.
for your
and I
expose.
appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Bye.
Yes,
I'll
thank
be
I
you.
watching
see they
from the
try
comment
think
section.
of they
Okay.
think of the table, the shape of the table where we build though. I don't know whether I just want to be rectangle, it's not oval, it's not circle. I don't know the table where we build, so where
No
Oga Bill
shaking.
don't drop.
Brother,
We'll continue on the
brother
next
Bio,
show. Yeah,
brother
brother.
Bio, before you go, don't
Yeah.
tell me say this suit where you wear, where they put for picture. Now be the last suit where you won't wear. This one we don't they talk like this to manage money.
That one. That one. Are the
Because
one
now
where they say.
tuxedo will go wear for your wedding, oh.
Oh, it is well, my brother. Anyhow it be, we are okay.
Yes,
Bio.
so yes,
Yes,
so
Ah,
all right. Take care.
no.
Yeah,
Thank you very
yeah.
much, Bio.
all
We'll
right.
see you for comment section.
Yeah, I'll
All
be
right.
there. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Brother Paul, welcome. You say I know I fit.
Can't they wonder?
I
Say you the best
fit.
for me. I can't. I don't know where I
Wow.
go report you. Whether na Jehovah Witness I go. I don't know where I go.
Oga, take your time, oh. The five person trouble, Abi. Eh? This shit when
I
they
don't say
flow
if I call Jehovah Witness, Bibi, you go attack me.
Why I
Don't
not
worry.
gonna
Now
attack
my Papa
you?
church
Eh?
safe
The
now.
weather is too hot. The weather is too hot. Don't let me follow you.
Now my Papa church too.
Arizona no hot, rich. You want you to get hotter for you.
My sister, the weather don't be like Nigeria 6 a.m. now. It don't be good. It don't be good
Welcome,
right
my
now.
brother.
Thank you. You see this make I even try to correct my word. It just had we go say this woman thing. But it's not only about woman.
Now,
It's
woman and
about the
man,
society at
the
large.
society at large. That's
It is
right.
the society at large because oftentimes we blame these women, even when truth be told, we know the way these women are wired. And one of the reasons why they're wired so, now garbage in, garbage out. Now the thing where they put inside them, now they display and everything. So it's time for us. So Moya, I really need to thank you. We will just keep talking, talking, talking. We are not there to win 5,000 at a time, but just to achieve one step at a time, we'll get there. It's
Amio.
the funny thing. It just did so ridiculous, so everything. I was talking to my daughter. We are talking about it. She tell me when she went to New Jersey. She went to New Jersey for this summer. So she was telling me when she went to church, the teenage church, when they were talking about abortion, they were talking the red flag thing. So I was just laughing. I just made her understand. I said, look, do you know just one funny thing? Bible supposed to be Christian constitution. You understand the constitution when a constitutional lawyer go to court to argue a case, he used the constitution to argue the case. That is their Bible. You understand? Bible
Mm-hmm.
say you impregnate a woman, go and marry the woman. But Nigerian church, if you impregnate a woman, you say won't marry, they go punish you for church.
I'm telling
Even
you.
when Bible say go ahead and marry the woman, then go punish you for church. Yes, we know say it might not be good, but even Christ itself said, you understand? He said he did not come for the righteous. He came for the unrighteous. You
Yep.
understand? We need love, we need positivity than this fear, this shame, this our mama thing. Say, make it be say my pikin marry. Waiting people go talk, say you can't come back. The girl cry, come house, midnight, early morning. Mama see on my face, you don't beat me, blow on my face. Shame, no let me feel come. That's why I could come this 5 a.m. in the morning. The mama go still hide am, then go still pet am, keep am for house for 3 days. They go still go back again for midnight, carry and go back to the husband house. This kind of this is the height of stupidity. You know, it's time for us to stop this thing. Like then go talk for Auntie B show. This Mongo Park men and everything. It's time for us to call them out. Like as we go to fight on these women, the men too have to stop these things. The men have to stop, the women have to stop. Let us just live life and enjoy life. Let's
You
not
know
live
it's
life
in
and please people.
Yeah, you
What do
know it's
people say?
right, brother Paul. BO just make very, very important points. When personally, I've always felt that way. The suffering when Nigerian women they suffer for Nigeria, no be here to the point where you don't have a voice in your home. Have you ever observed a typical Nigerian marriage home in Nigeria? It is like being in prison. The woman does not have a voice. The man
Very
go
true.
party, go leave
Very
the woman
true.
for house.
Mm-hmm.
Children nko na the woman head everything dey. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Everything when they happen, when the man has a bad day, na the woman go hear am. The day he has a good day, he go carry him friends, they go drink, he go abandon the woman for house. The woman is one. Even when the woman go get sickness for body, sometimes the man no dey know. Husband, he no go know say him wife is sick. I'm telling you, in some cases, the thing go don worse. The sickness go don worse for the woman body before the man go say, "Oh, I no know why. I no know why he not talk since now." Meanwhile, this woman is in a dire strait now. Na that
That's
time he go
true.
say he no know. Say why the woman not tell am. Man for
Mm.
Nigeria, you go carry your wife go out. The woman go dey back. The man go dey like 10 miles ahead of her with
Soldier Idumota.
children. They drag the children for back. You understand? What of when they go outside? When they go outside, the woman no go bold talk. Oh. E get where the woman go talk with the man when he reach out to go tell am say, you just go dey open your mouth dey talk because I
Not
carry
true,
you
you
go
talk.
outside. How
Not
you
true,
go
you
talk
talk.
when I dey talk for where people dey? So you wan
Mm.
show say you sabi? I'm telling you. Or na when just like I said, and it's a fact. E get even for Kerewa side on the other room. E get wetin the woman mean. The woman no fit talk say I want my body dey scratch me. E dare not. I wan take talk am. The man go say okay. So when e dey do you, so
You
how you
don't
come take
wise
dey?
now.
You understand? You don open eye. If the woman by mistake do something wey different, where you take
Mm.
learn that one? Who teach you? I no
Mm.
remember say I teach you. Be like say you don dey waka go outside.
Mm.
If the woman see another person for outside, maybe e happen to be man, maybe by mistake e hug am, say long time. When they reach house, the man go ask am say who be that man? You sure say you are sure say you dey follow that man? The kind things wey women eye dey see. And then on top of that, there's no help anywhere. Some men dey wey be say they go marry woman wey be banker, make I use that term, wey dey successful career wise. The family of the man go tell the woman say make e no work again. The man go tell the woman say man na him dey take care of woman, make e no work again. If e no, make the woman choose between her career and the marriage. If e no gree, the man go leave am. So because of that, because society say na marriage be everything, some of these women have given up careers, great careers, just because they want to be at home. E don reach when women, Nigerian women, go cry come out, make dem riot, make dem rally, make the whole cities and towns shut down, say things must change. But our Nigerian women don't. It's almost like they enjoy the suffering. Some of them even encourage each other. Don't talk, oh, na husband house, oh. All these people, all these single people, they ever married, they just want take your husband from you, oh. Not grief for them, oh. Na lie, oh. Na like this. So I'm telling you, it's crazy. And what annoys me is that the women, when they even know better, some of them now they be the gatekeepers. You hear comment like, now man house, na woman get na there e take get respect o. If you dey outside,
Now there
nobody
you
go
take
look
complete.
you o. Na there e take complete o. If you dey outside now, who go want you? If you leave your husband, you don liquidate, you don become second hand product. You be hearing things that you be wondering. So is it better for this? So some women actually, in fact, there's a real life story of I know a girl then in LA. She was married. They were both Nigerians. They were both married. This man was bringing women into the house. He go tell the wife make e sleep for guest room. The wife go come house go meet the man with another woman for another room, for their bedroom. They go kerewa, the woman go dey the guest room. Guess what? We come tell am say the things wey dis man dey take your wife see no be here. How you dis woman was so stressed that her fingers, all her fingers, she don chew everything to the bone. She no even know. She no dey
Mm.
feel the pain. That's how
Mm.
much stress. When we're now trying to tell her to come, like encourage her to get out and do something for herself, she said, no, anybody that is telling her to leave her marriage, never. This is her second marriage, you must work. She died,
Mm.
she died there. That's what she said. I'm
Omo, yeah,
telling you how deep this
make I tell you
Nigerian mentality is.
just one small story about things like this. This what God cannot do does not exist. Make I cite my wife as an example. Just brief one. She go wake up 3 a.m. They follow Jerry Eze. I need to pay no offering. I need to pay no tithe. I need to pay. I say all the one way they watch for YouTube, they pay offering or be they pay tithe. You don't know, say they need your views, they need your share and like, make I call like
Exactly.
on my year program. You
And
don't know, say anything they
offering.
make money.
Hmm.
And this guy is so wicked. I they do this thing every day by day. You understand? Then you go wake up for morning, they
Some people
cranky,
go
be
vex
they
for
shout
you
for
for
people
here
head.
oh. Some people go
You
dey
know,
vex for you oh.
but my
Because
sister,
na
let's
their
tell her
bread
say
and
the
butter
truth.
be that oh.
Let's tell her say the truth. You want to quick
Hmm.
to tell me say you need to pay offering, you need to pay tithe. Like I don't know. You get anyone where you they pay where they watch everything where they watch for YouTube. Not be you get Wi-Fi, you go watch. You don't understand. But you
Hmm.
forgetting say these guys make money on the views and the share, whatever, the hard winning put there. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? Every other day. Okay, if you want to blame the guy, more blame him half. You yourself, you don't need to watch everything every you don't need A1 to make heaven. Come on now. Some of us will know no book those days for school. Now CCs will they find let my people go. Moses, let my people go. Why would they laugh now? Let my people go. Now CCs, we don't need A1. Because A1 now they're gonna go ask you too much question. Let my people go. You understand? So you can imagine. So these are the thing. But my concern, I think I don't too talk these things. So in means of my male friend, I won't stand now for my own constituency. Make I begin to talk about my male friends. I could remember my elder sister when the son get admission to go study law in UK. The daughter is already in America schooling. So the son now get admission. They don't have the statement. The man was worried that he don't think he has the statement to send this boy. He was shocked when the wife bring the statement and everything. He was shocked. It told my sister, I said, so your business they boom like this? They do everything like this? You,
Now
you
so now.
understand? It was shock and everything. But my sister actually sacrificed her job, which she did do, to run her own business. Before she started doing interior decorator. She started traveling to Dubai. From Dubai, discovers everything she's doing, buying in Dubai, also come from China. She started going to China run. She get the fantastic statement. You understand? And everything. But our African woman now, the man see they give soup money, give this money, run this money. No, say in wife say belefu, they for one corner.
Abi,
you know? But,
what's up?
The beauty of it be say na teamwork. You understand? Na teamwork. And everything. At least they are there together. They are sacrificing. They are doing everything together. You understand? So this thing, we the men too need to. Oh my, one funny thing? We the men, we like all the bad girls. So you understand? But we won't go marry that deeper life girl. We won't go marry that CAC girl. You understand? The funny part of it, we won't go marry people like our mother. Where we know, say many of us, our mama are celebrated house girl, they be for house. They take fear, they take wait for their husband to come from work. Many of us know these things. You understand? That's why we go to say, I want to marry a woman will be like my mama. Did you see love between your mother and your father? Did you see love in that home? Let's tell her, say the truth. You understand? Our mama stayed there because of them tell them, say, no place for you to come back. Did you see love? The only love, they always talk here, the only love why I know between my mama and my papa, they say, my father, they read in Punch newspaper, my mother, they cut in fingernails. That's the only love one know.
Oh my God.
You understand? And if you still look again now, Kaite. It sounds sexy, but I still organic Kaite because I not see my papa help my mama self put how did they call at that time now? Lipstick I've been waiting for Cortez leg. Those days now Cortez now. I don't see whether my papa help my mama Cortez leg one day. So balance. Balance. You understand? Then if my father will offend my mother too much, my father go buy donuts.
Sorry, abeg wait, Mona, make we welcome Mirabel one try talk. Your voice soft, no fit shout.
Hello, Mirabel. Hello.
Mirabel, talk what you want to talk.
Mirabel, bring the sexy out, I beg.
Hi everyone, BB, brother Paul, Amaye, everyone in the comment section. Good evening.
Why are you sounding so nice? Meanwhile, when you are dealing with Marriott, you are not the same.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on the mood. I'm just pretending to be polite right now. Just let me pretend in peace, okay?
Okay, all right, I got it.
So the thing though, lately we've just been seeing how all of this dysfunctional marriages are coming up on the limelight, and we've been dissecting it, talking about it, which is beautiful because we're learning and we're unlearning. But it's leaving me confused. Is this the majority? Because I asked in the comment section, is this a majority of Nigerian marriages this way? I heard like sometimes we'll laugh about, like what Paul was saying, our papa and our mama, how he was saying about his parents, how the love they show is, when you're like, doing their manicures and pedicures, and daddy's reading newspaper and stuff like that, and we talk about all the stuff, and it's funny, and I engage and I laugh, and we just talk about it. But on a more serious note, is this the majority of Nigerian marriages, or are we just exposing the minority and almost making it seem like a case of one bad apple messing up the bunch? Because
Um, um,
I just have a hard time believing as the majority. It's just hard for me to believe that. Um, in my experience, and it's not, I've not had that experience, but even the experience of the people around me, of course, I've heard about people that have not had it so good, but the majority of the people I've heard about or I've seen, they have it really good, and some decent. It's just like a few, maybe 1-2% that I know of that have it not so good.
I bet make I answer that question. Oh my, yeah, beg. Make I try
go
answer am.
ahead. Yeah,
Omo, yeah,
go
if you
ahead.
finish, I go
Um,
answer Sepo. I go answer
Okay.
Mi-
Sepo. Go ahead.
All right.
Mirabelle.
After BB,
Um,
four.
I think going back home, and the little I have seen here, the generation, it was really rampant. What Oga Paul expressed was really rampant in our mother's generation, and maybe the people that are a little bit under them. And the bad thing with that generation was they never spoke back, they never talked back, they never expressed themselves. So we now are looking back and seeing all the ills and all the things they had to go through. And we are now saying we don't want to take it. We're not taking it. However, even amongst our generation, you still see some people that still want to toe that line. They want to continue it that way because they saw that, because that's all they saw when they grew up. That's all they have been exposed to. And what they saw, they never saw their mom talking back. And so it worked for them to continue like that. They were getting what they were getting. And so they will continue. So even if you that now are coming from the outside or having a different perspective and you're trying to like say, hey, you know what, you shouldn't take this crap, like what Omoye was saying, they will find it difficult to walk away from it or even believe you because it worked for their moms. And everything was fine. So why should they walk away from it? So yes, I want to put my hand up and say maybe 70% of the marriages are like that, even as we speak back home. Even as we speak back home, with everything that comes with it. The rest 30% is because either they are social media smart or they have people that are busy telling them you don't need to take that crap, or they're like, you know what, I'm not going to deal with this, I want to stand on my own. I think that's what it is.
Hmm.
Okay. Thank you very much, BB. Brother Paul, let's hear what you have to say.
Okay, so Mirabel, what you said, so now let me balance it where I will balance it in a way that is very, very convincing. Now, when I talk about my dad, my father is among the few people around him in his own time. My father is very, very educated in his own time. You understand? My father pushed for us. He won the best for us. He stands tall when it comes to education and everything. He meant well for all his children, his girl child, the male child, everything. So you see that perfect man. But when it comes to culture, there is a cultural way of handling wife. Maybe that may not be the real father that I know, but he also learned that this is the way you handle women. Subdued them, oppress them. They don't talk back at you. They don't do anything. They don't contribute. Oftentimes, why do we say women gossip so much? Do you know what our mother do? They gossip their relationship to another married women. That's why
Very
everything
true.
is in the open to another women. Because the other woman that she's crying with, she's also going through the same pain. They can't
Mm-hmm.
say nothing. You understand? They can't say nothing. That's how bad he is. Not like these men were bad, but they just don't know no better. Like this way that I'm treating my wife, it doesn't work. So the few women among us that can stand up and talk back, you understand, to their husband, turn out to be bad wife, bad women, never to do with other women who don't want to associate themselves with these women because they themselves even felt that that woman is a bad woman. This is how they grow. So they understand where my mother, my father helped my mother. My dad works in Nigerian Post Authority, even helped my mother. So my mother had a contract to cook food for the staff canteens and the likes. Guess what? My father does not even eat the food that my mom sells to the public. You understand? My mother will make my father food special. If my father sends that my mother won't try to manage here and there, my father will not even eat. Whether his money is there, whether his money is not there, he will not eat. My mother will be begging him. How many times does this man go out and come back and remember his wife, except when he knew within himself that he really offended my mother? You understand? Then he buy what we call Scotch egg and the likes. You understand? So this is how many of these women were raised. You see every one of them, they cry, they whine and everything. At a time when this church thing started turning to another type of thing, that's when they started running to church. You understand? Those days, among these mothers, they all confide on themselves and they go through the same pain. You understand? Where the kids do anything wrong, the woman will say, my husband will kill me today. Because the man blamed the woman for everything.
Facts.
Okay,
Facts.
so now that brings me to yet another question. So like Brother Paul, you said, like from the description of your dad, good, amazing guy, but like you said again, he's culture bound. Um, and we also have some other people that will describe their father as the kind of man not to be, an example of who not to be. Horrible father, horrible husband. You're people that have those experience or description of their parent. So now we can say for a fact that okay, there's one side of Nigerian fathers or African fathers or husbands that know that what they're doing is wrong. They know they're being oppressive. They know that. And now we could also say there's another part of this man that they don't know any better. They're doing the best they can based on their culture and just being culture bound. So you cannot do more than you know how to. So we could say, oh, those people are amazing. They were good parents and they did the best compared to the people in their culture. So they could be excused. We could say, oh, they did not think what they were doing was wrong. They don't think that, they were being oppressive. They don't think that they were doing anything wrong. They just know that, they're just doing what it's, obtainable basically in their culture. Now, if we say that, if we have that argument, wait, first of all, do you all agree that there could be this two group of people, the men, the husbands and the fathers that know they're being oppressive and don't care, and the ones that they're doing their best, they don't even think they're being oppressive? Do we all agree that this are like two categories?
That they know
Yes,
that they're
yes, yes, there is. But I believe even though the other category that you're talking about, they still understand this funny perception that they're still going to get away with it. Nothing will happen.
But the like the two category, the ones that know what they're doing is wrong and they don't care. It's a man's word and they know it's wrong but they don't
Right.
care. And then we're talking about another category that they could be called the best people of their time, but still some stuff they did were also oppressive, but they themselves did not think they were being oppressive. They thought they were being amazing, right? We could make that argument. Do we agree with that?
Yes, we do. That's exactly what
Okay,
we're saying.
so
That's
now,
exactly what we're talking about
okay, so
culture.
now with those category of fathers and husbands are seen as exceptional and amazing, and even in their exceptionality, they still have oppressive tendencies, and not just tendencies, they have oppressive actions. Now, can we say those people? They think they're doing the best, but they're still oppressive. If they already if an oppressor does not even know he's being an oppressor, can we also make an argument that the women they are being with or the women that are oppressed, some of them do not also feel that they're being oppressed? Because if we can make an argument that some oppressors don't even realize they're oppressors, then there could also be an argument that the women being oppressed don't realize. Some of them, of course, not all of them. Some know that they don't want to be in this. They're sad, they're unhappy. But are there the other category of women
Yes.
that do not even realize they're being oppressed? They're
Yes.
content,
Some
they're
of them
fine,
don't
and they're
even
Very
know what
okay.
it
true.
looks like.
Very true,
Mirabel,
Yes.
Mirabel.
that is
Very
where the
true,
movie
Mirabel.
that is where the movie called The Color Purple comes in.
Yes.
You understand? They
Okay,
don't even
so
know.
okay, so if we can make those arguments, then so if an oppressor is married to an oppressed and they both don't even realize that they're taking on those roles, can we then make the argument that they're in a beautiful marriage? Because they're both content and they're both happy in their position of being oppressors
No,
and
that's
being
a lie.
oppressed.
It
No,
doesn't
they're
work. I
not
don't think it
though.
work. I
But
don't
they're
think it
not
work like
though.
that. So when you
But
watch
that's
the
all
Yeah.
movie
they
The
know,
Color,
though. But that's all they know, though. They know that like we're making an argument. He doesn't even know he's an oppressor. She doesn't know she's oppressed. Ignorance is bliss, right? So she doesn't know she's oppressed. She's happy with, kneeling down
Mirabel,
and serving him and doing
She's
all
not
of this
happy.
stuff, right? I'm just saying, if you don't know
Yeah.
you're oppressed, then you cannot be
Mirabel,
unhappy with it.
Mirabel. If
Mi-
you said
No, you
so, if you
can.
said so, then the word called depression will not exist in mankind. They have
No,
Exactly.
no,
solved
no,
it.
no.
No,
They
no,
no
but
no
People,
but
no
but
no no.
Oga
people
Paul,
that are
Oga Paul,
depressed
Oga
people
Paul,
that are
listen.
depressed, they might not know exactly what the
What
cause of the
depression is?
depression is, but they know for a fact that they're unhappy. They know that they are sad. They know they're discontent and dissatisfied. That's so different. If you don't feel all any of this, you cannot be depressed. If the women don't even know that they are oppressed, that means they don't feel oppressed. That means they
I don't
don't have
think
those emotions of someone that
I don't
knows
think
that
they
she's
don't
oppressed.
know
Oga Paul, you know what? She has a point to some extent, and this
very
is how
well.
this is how I will say it. Because really, if you don't know that what you're doing is wrong, or that what the society terms it as wrong, you will keep doing it because you don't see anything wrong in it. And I'll use it from a child's standpoint. Children are beautiful babies, but you have to teach children that you don't make your friends cry and you sit down and laugh. That's a bad thing. But to see, to those kids, they didn't do anything wrong. And one thing I will teach any child is, if you do not feel that you need to say sorry, don't say sorry. And the only reason why you should say sorry is for the sake of peace. A lot of women back home they don't know that in fact, they only limit DV to just raising hands. But we know that DV can be emotional. We know DV can be mental. We know that DV is, in fact, in the raising hands, come in different forms. We even know that inside the marital room, there can be DV. But a lot of women back home don't even get to that point because they just believe we are in a society where hush hush, oh, no talk and make person no here, ah, no disgrace my family name, oh. But they grow up with these things. Their kids even grow up with it because their mothers never said anything about it. Because their mothers never knew that it was even bad, everybody is happy. So she does have a point. Mirabelle has a point. If you
No,
do
she
not feel,
does.
if you don't feel it's an oppression, if you do not feel that you are being suppressed, you will see no need for you to speak out because you're
because
comfortable where it is. Because
because
you're not that you're comfortable, but you're used to it, and so you
because
take it as a normal.
yeah, BB, like I
It's
was
all
going to
you
say
know. It's
something.
all you know. It's
You
all
know
you
how
know.
they
You've
say,
gotten used to it. It's all you know. You don't know
yeah,
any better.
you
Nobody has
know
ever
how
shown you.
you know how they say, because there are people, okay, back in the days, like you are saying, the people that just know that, okay, they're going through difficult times and this is just not what they want to be in. But there are also categories of people, or of family, of couples that feel like, oh, we're living the best life, this is an amazing marriage, this is like the woman is the happiest, the man is the happiest, they're very happy, they're very happy, they will not trade their partner for anyone else. They will not, change anything. They're very happy. But now you being aware, stepping in and seeing the dynamics can come and say, you know what, he's being oppressive and she's oppressed. Now
Hmm.
that's you bringing what you perceive as oppression and being oppressed into
that situation. And these two people in need do not even have those realizations. So
Mm-hmm.
those two people, that's why I was asking. Now, can those two people say, you know what? Oh, we're having the best time. Oh, that's what they believe. They say they have the best 100% marriage. But then you come in and be like, oh no, he's very oppressive. He does this to her. She doesn't talk back. He does this, and she does this. And you could look at it and be like, okay, this person is being oppressive, and this person is being oppressed. But now that's your perspective. That could also be your point of view. Um, I don't know if you're gonna call it facts. Maybe if it's fact, then it's your facts, because their facts it's completely different. And they say pain don't hurt if it's all you've ever known. So even if it's factual that this person is oppressed and this person is being oppressed, even if that's fact, if these two people are unaware, it's not in their consciousness that that's the situation, then they can say, or they can actually feel happiness in whatever dysfunction you call it. Do you
That's
guys get
true.
what I'm trying to say?
I totally get it. I understand what you're saying, Mirabel. Yeah,
Um,
that is very true. Mr. Brother Paul, you understand that? What she's trying to say is this. Say, some people they until for their dysfunction, they're not if they see them as dysfunction. Now they look them like that. Now your perception, right? Say the man they watch television, the woman they run up and down, they give her scrap. To her, she's okay. She's not complaining. It's okay for her. She's happy. As long as say she and her man they get along, no problem. But another person when they outside, right? Go they look, go they say, this man they take advantage of this woman. This man, now they assume things for the relationship. But the people that are in it, the man or the woman, no, they see them like oppression. So they are
I
okay.
cannot hear Omoye. I don't know if it's just me, but I can't hear her no more.
Can anybody else hear me?
I can hear her clearly.
Bibi, you
Oh,
they hear me?
now I hear you.
Oh, okay. So what I was just trying to explain it to Brother Paul, because at the end of the day, there's a point there. There's some people, because I remember there was somebody I was speaking to, right? The person used to be is married in Nigeria. Apparently, the man had been cheating on her. She was okay with it for many years. She was okay. She didn't see anything wrong with it, right? Now, the man now brought a woman to the matrimonial home, okay? And then so she walked in on them, or I think she saw them through the camera or something like that. Anyway, that she couldn't handle that. She knew that the man was a serial cheat. She was okay, life was good, they had money, they were building their business or whatever. Now, because of that incident, I'm sure a lot of other things happened, which she probably didn't tell me everything. She moved out of Nigeria. When she left Nigeria and started having exposure to certain things, she realized it now dawned on her that what she was putting up with, right? The fact that she was putting up with that man for so many years, it is now recent that she now discovered that, oh my God, so this thing was not good. I just accepted it because to her, men will be men, man and man, he go cheat anyhow, as long as he no bring and come house. So that's how some people they operate. So even though we they talk about these issues, right? There are people who are living in this what we call oppression or whatever it is you want to call it that are okay. They are not complaining. That's why some people you can't just tell them you can't advise them. You can't tell them your opinion about their situation because they're not going to get it. They don't see it the way you see it. So to that, you know, we go fit now consider those people say, okay, they too they are being abused. I mean, yeah, because they don't now their situation and they don't see anything wrong with them. We can't say that, right? Now they look they perceive them like that, but the person when they inside don't they used to am.
So now,
yeah.
Omoye, I remember BB saying, she can say that 70% of our parents and pre-parent generations
were in, oppressive, abusive marriages. Now, with this conversation being established, can we say now that out of those 70% that she says are in abusive, or could we make an argument that maybe only 10 or 20% of the 70% actually were dissatisfied, actually were unhappy, actually were sad, actually felt bad and oppressed, oppressed? Can we make an argument that maybe only 10 or 20% of the 70 that BB is saying, actually feel like they were unhappy? And can we say
I
that at
can't,
least 50% of the
no,
70%,
right.
because we're saying as culture, then if it's all they've ever known, then can we say this 50 of the 70% were actually happy, content, and fine in being oppressed and being an
No, I can't
oppressor?
say that. I can't say that
Mirabel,
because
Mirabel,
if the
Mirabel.
results
But we just
show,
said that though. We just said
no,
that
no, we
you
didn't say
cannot,
that.
we
No,
We did
so
cannot.
not put a percentage on it. No, we're just
No, I
making an
said
Mirabel.
BB
argument.
said. No, BB said at
Mirabel.
Okay,
least
okay.
70%. BB, because I asked a question.
Oh
I said,
yeah, she
is it a
said so.
majority? And BB said, you know what? She thinks at least 70% of
Okay.
parents and pre-parent generation
It could
were,
be more than that, by the
it
way.
could
But
be. I'm just
yeah,
I'm just going by what she said. I'm just saying 70 because she said
So
70. It could
so
be more, it could be
Mirabel,
less. I'm just trying to
Mirabel,
say, sorry, can I just finish?
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I'm just
Go
trying
ahead.
to say, based on what she said, 70% of our parents and our pre-parent generation could have been in an oppressive relationship. If we have established the fact that a lot of these people do not have the perception that we have, a lot of these oppressors and oppressed do not even feel that they're oppressors or feel that they are oppressed. So if we have this established from this conversation we're having, now taking it back to what she, Ellery, purported, can we say now that at least maybe it could be 20, 10, 30, just for the sake of giving a number, can we say that 30 or 20% of this 70% were actually the ones that felt oppressed, or felt like oppressors, and the rest of them do not even realize what role they were in, do not realize that, oh, I was being oppressed or I'm being oppressive. um and because they do not have that realization, they are happy in whatever role they are in, they are happy in their relationship dynamics. It's all they've known, especially because we are saying it's cultural bound. So if all of this is the factor, then can we say that 50% of the 70% that she purported were actually happy? We're actually in
no,
happy
I
marriages.
I still would say no. Here's why I would
Okay.
say no. This is why I would say no, Mirabel. It's
Okay.
like, let me take it back to slavery. Okay, it's like the
Mm-hmm.
people making an argument about slaves and all of that, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
there's some people who would say, well, there were slaves that were happy, they were being slaves, they were being fed well, because that's what it's like. Let's just
No.
say what it is. It
No.
is what it's like. No, it is.
Um.
Because wait, let me tell
I
you,
beg
because
to differ. I
culturally,
beg. I
well, can
beg
I finish my
to.
thought? Can I finish
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
thought?
That
Then yeah,
comparison just sucks
yes.
on my ear.
It
Okay, but
doesn't
go for
suck.
it.
It's the same. I can relate it
No.
because it's
No.
exactly what it's like in some most of these marriages. That's a fact in Nigeria, based on the
Slavery was
culture.
never by
Yes.
choice. A lot of these
Yeah,
marriages
well,
were
I'm using that
choices.
as an argument because there are people who express the same example you gave in the marriage by using comparison. That's what some people, even though we know that slavery was not a choice, some people still argue that sentiment. Some of these
That
people,
what?
some of
What's the
these
sentiment? What
couples,
was the argument
wait,
again? That some
wait,
people were happy
Mirabel,
being
can I
slaves.
finish
Is that
my
what you're
thought? You're
saying? People had the
interjecting.
argument.
You're interrupting. Can I finish, please? You're interrupting me. Let me finish my thought. The reason why I want to use that is it's a fact. Some of these
Ah,
women
I
were
don't know if it's
very
just me, but I
okay.
can't hear no more.
Okay, maybe you need to cup off and then come back in, because can everybody else hear me?
I
I
hear
can
you
hear you
right now.
clearly.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I can hear you.
So uh-oh. Where's that feedback coming from? Can you guys hear it? Okay, it's fine now. It's gone. Okay. So here's the thing. There are marriages back then culturally that put people in bondage. It's a fact. It's like slavery. All you do is cook, clean, and bear children for these people, right? And then whatever the man dishes at you, that's what you take. Okay, so in the same way, some of these people who argue about slavery, even though we know it's not a choice, will say, well, some people had good life and they did not know that they were slaves. Matter of fact, one of the people who freed the slaves, Harriet Tubman, said it would have been easier for her to save more people if they realized that they were slaves. So most of these people that were married to this men, that knew that some of these men, let's not play ignorant, some of these men knew that what they were doing was wrong to these women, but they continued in it because it sweetened them. It's an oppression tactic. Now these women were okay because there was no option for them. They didn't have options. They didn't have anywhere to go to. If anything happened, they had to stick it out in the marriage with their children and fend for the children too and take care of the man's needs. Sometimes the man would not even want the woman to do any sort of business or have anything that she can call her own. Women could not buy property. You couldn't own land. You couldn't do anything. Your entire life was to serve this man.
Can't
There's
even
no
rent.
way.
Can't even rent.
Can't
Can't even
even
rent.
rent a house, even if you wanted to go and rent. So to that, I push back on that thought that you were saying and mentioning about. It doesn't work like that. We're dealing with human beings. The fact that they don't see it, that they're being oppressed or that they've been taken advantage of, does not mean that they don't know it within them. They know something is wrong, but they just cannot point to it because there's no way for them to express it. They're taught not to take their marital affairs outside of the home. So who do you go and tell? Who do you go and talk to when you have an issue? You go and talk to the man's family, or you talk to your family, and your family will say, "Hey, now husband, house, woman, they stay." You go to the husband's family, they'll say, well, what did you say? If you had not said it like this, the person would not, your husband would not have responded to you like this. Matter of fact, back then, they used to use hands on them. When they lay hands on them and they go and report for whatever reason, right? For those who could, when they go and report, they'll say, what did you do? If they, in their mind, discover that this woman was wrong, or they decide that this woman was the one that did wrong, she go kick cow, or goat, depending, or chicken, to appease, say yes, na me do am. So yes, even though, as we know, the knowledge we have, they didn't have it, it still does not justify because they were in it and they didn't know any better. So that means that we can now say that they were no, I disagree with that. Because human being are human being. The matter of fact, there's a documentary I saw about these two older slaves, right? They buy them, whether not transition radio or something, right? That the colonialists were handing to them as gift for serving them for so many decades. Look, if you look at those two old people, they were miserable. They looked miserable and deeply sad. No, I'm sorry. I can't agree with the fact that because they were in it and they were okay in it and they did not see that something was wrong, that means that it will qualify as them being happy. I'm sorry. I can't
And,
agree with that.
and one thing I will make you understand, Mirabel, and one thing you must understand from another aspect of it, there are some human beings, let me use the word straight, human being. There are some of us that have very thick skin, that we can keep everything to ourselves. Also, there are also another persons that, like I said the other time, they confide on other women. They tell other women because they felt these are their AA. These are the same people that they go through the same pain. You understand? So when you see mothers' secrets, when they fight in the neighborhood and everything, they know themselves more because they confide on themselves. They say all these things. Why are they saying all these things? Because they are going through pain. But remember, the way our society is wired, the mother make the home. The father is what we call the breadwinner. So these women don't really have money. A good percentage of our mothers that live in the city do petty trade so that they spend more time to raise kids. And remember, in their time, they have too many kids. Not like in my time, they have so many kids. You understand? So where do they want to go? Their parents' place is just a no-go. They can't even rent a place. So they complain, they do everything, but they just take it. It is what it is. Not like they don't know better. They just don't know better that I can take this step. With time, I will get past it. You understand? They can't take that step, that bold step. It's just too much for them. You understand? And when you talk
Brother
about
Paul
this, hold on.
and
Then when you talk about
Amoye.
the slave, there is in slave, there's something called gatekeeper. So the slave person that walk his way and work in the slave master's house will be causing the other ones that are working in the farm because you were stubborn, you were rebellious. That's why you are in the cotton farm. I obey my master so much. That's why I am in the house cooking. Failing to understand, you cook the old food. You can't sit in the dining. You can't do anything. You even hide to eat the food that you cooked because you know it doesn't belong
I
to
just
you. You are
I,
still
I
a
just
slave.
I just it's troubling for us to really be comparing this conversation to slavery.
I
I
know.
think it's troubling because number one, a lot of the slaves that we're having this argument that we're content or happy in their situation, with a lot of people were born into slavery. And for some of them, because they could compare them being slaves to other slaves, like you're saying, we have the in ones and the out ones. We have the slaves that were in the house doing the domestic chores, and we had the slaves that were in a cotton farm. Now, a lot of people that were born slaves, if they had very amazing masters and all that, and they were treated fairly good, some of them were content and happy with their situation. But remember, they were born into slavery.
Yeah,
You are
but
not born into marriage. You're not
the
born into
same,
marriage. You
no, but
lived
but
somewhere
they were
else.
born
You've
into, they still,
experienced
but
life
guess
before
what,
you got
though?
married to somebody. So you have
Mirabel,
something to compare it to. When
Mirabel,
you're born
when
into
did you leave
slavery, you have
Nigeria?
nothing to compare it to.
Mirabel, when did you leave Nigeria?
Oh my yeah. Why are you
When
why are you
did
having
you
this
leave
conversation?
now? No, I'm asking you. It's a very valid question. When did you
Why are
leave?
we having this? I feel like you already know. Can you shoot your
I
shot
don't
now?
know.
I
No, no,
know, I
no.
know, I
It's not
know. She said
about
it the last time.
Mirabel.
I know.
Listen, I'm not trying to.
Oh my
I'm
yeah,
not
you
trying
said it the
to.
last time we went here. Okay,
I
She
Casey.
said
cannot
it.
remember every little detail. There's a reason why I'm asking. Don't take it
Okay,
personal.
but
I'm
you
not
you go
trying to
ahead and
upset
tell
you.
us what the reason is.
No, no, no. I'm not gonna do that. If you don't
Okay,
want
well
to
let me. Well
respond,
then you're gonna have to let me finish before I answer that question.
no, I'm not gonna let you finish. I don't have to
Okay, well
let you
then go ahead
finish.
and say what you need to
No, then
say.
tell me when you left Nigeria because it's very important to this point I'm going to make.
Oh my, yeah, she came here when she was very, very young.
Okay, so if that's the case, then that's why you're having a difficult time understanding. You have different generations of people speaking on this platform. You are much younger. So for you to have an understanding of it, and I don't expect you to, because when you are born into a certain time and you've been exposed to certain types of information, right? And we have the social media and everything, it's very, very hard sometimes to understand when a certain number of generations are speaking, because these things that we're talking about are real, they're happening, right? And when
But
you're
see,
using we use slavery, there's a reason why. Because even the slavery that you're talking about, guess what, we had slavery in Africa too, let's not forget that. But it was done differently, right? In the sense that when you owe me money, right, if you cannot pay, I can come to your house and say, okay, give me your child to come to the farm until you can pay. Exactly. You understand? It's just that it was done differently, and the people were released when their debts were paid. But in some cases, it was war, spoils of war. You go to another village or a town, you ransack the village, you take the people there and make them your slaves. Some of them end up becoming, very good citizens in the new places that they were taken to. So yes, we can compare
And
it
no more, and no
to
more, they were
marriage
not.
because
Even though the domestic workers, kids that even live in the house, that we want to say they benefit more than the one that is working in the cotton farm. The masters have car. Those kids never ride on those cars. And they keep
Exactly.
asking their mom, their parents, how come I don't ride on those cars? And these kids ride on this car, this kid ride on this. They never ride on those cars. So when they grow up, they understand better. Oh, I thought I was living this way. I never knew. You understand? I was incarcerated
Yeah,
in that home. That's how it
Can I
is.
exactly.
can I say something, guys?
Yes, please.
Hi,
Go
hello.
ahead. Sorry, we've been
Hi,
talking. I'm
it's
so
okay.
sorry. I completely.
No, no.
Oh my God, Florence, welcome. Thank you very
Hi,
much. Please
and
share your
I'm
thoughts.
so excited. Like this is my first time, and you're doing a really great job. I
Thank you.
I
Thank
think
you.
Please, Omo, you say she has to bring Guguru and Ekpa. We can't sit without Guguru and Ekpa. Please.
We
How
don't
you dey
start
allow
No,
this
again.
but
to
Oh.
go
we
on?
not go
We don't
disturb
come
her.
with
You
this
know,
your
say
guru
as
wahala.
when visitor come house, you go welcome am well well. Now we go give her an ekpa today.
Oh,
Welcome,
Omo, you say,
Florence.
now for you, now for you.
Thank you. Anyway, I'm originally from Cameroon, right? And I live in the UK. So
Okay,
when we're saying Nigeria, this is not particular to Nigeria. It is not. It's like the continent of Africa. So
right.
True.
the whole thing of this marriage and culture is so I would say interconnected in the sense that you cannot tell me that these people did not know that they were suffering. The issue is in our African culture, what is culture? Culture was created by a group of people, which were the men, because they wanted to control everything. So, what would that, I mean, it would make them to create some set of rules that would benefit them. And why would you make something to benefit you? Because you want to have control over the other people,
Exactly.
which were the women. So it doesn't mean that these women did not know that they were not happy. I can be smiling, but deep down, I am so very unhappy. Happiness is different from smiles. You can see people commit suicide, but everybody knew they were like smiley people every day, but they go and commit suicide because inwardly they are not happy. Happiness is something completely
I
different.
beg delete oh, no use the S word oh. May
Oh,
they not
sorry.
take,
Yes,
may they
yes.
not demonetize this whole
Yes,
2 hours.
yes, sorry. So the issue is if you really speak to a lot of our parents now, like the ones that are alive, you really ask them deep down for them to be really honest with you, they will definitely tell you what they went through. And they knew then that they were living in hell. But they had no
Exactly.
choice. They had no choice because the society was so what was the word that I can use? It was so interconnected because can you imagine in those days when you have a problem as a wife, the whole family sits on your head. They actually have call a meeting on your head.
Abio, family meeting.
You get what I mean? Yeah, the family of like your husband's family or even your sister-in-law can actually summon you and everybody will come. They put you in the middle and they talk
Bam.
child,
Exactly.
like a child. So how can you classify that as a happy marriage where you have no control over what happens in your own life? So a lot of our mothers were going through hell, but they had no option. Like a lot of you have said before, they had no jobs or they were made not to have anything. Why? If somebody don't have anything, what do you think that can actually do to that human being? Because you are actually made to be like you are useless basically. I can control you, I can do like your happiness or my happiness depends on how you make me feel, so
Exactly.
yeah. And then because marriage, we were always taught a woman's place is in the kitchen. That is it, that is all you're good for, marriage and have kids, and these women cannot leave and leave their kids behind. So it's so interconnected in such a way that they had no choice but to stay. Even those that, I mean, a lot of our parents were not happy. That's the truth. And the men knew exactly what was going on, but it benefited them. So they would definitely go right on with it and have a ball while doing it. And they'll pretend like, okay, it's a culture. Today, even the young men still use those statements. Can you imagine a guy of 40 would be like, oh, my mother was doing this to my father. And I'm like, okay, did you really speak to your mother? How happy she was? Oh, she wasn't
Exactly.
happy that she coped anyway. Can you imagine? She wasn't happy, but she coped. And you think that is a good thing for a human being? Coping with something does not actually mean that person is happy. So I think this issue is so deep in our culture across Africa because we have let it to be like marriage is a do or die affair, or
Right.
marriage is end or is like the best thing that can happen to any woman. we've made it in such a way that if you are a woman who is not married, you're seen as an outcast. You are seen like somebody who you don't have any use in the society. Even till today, it still happens. Why do you think women are staying in there no matter what they go through? Because we ourselves, especially some women even are even the worst nightmares. They will be the ones to castigate you because you want to you want to say, oh, I deserve better, or I want something. I mean, I want something different for myself as a woman, or I want to be happy. They're like, what is happiness? Marriage is endurance. What do you mean marriage? Like happiness, they ask you that question all the time. What do you mean happiness? There's no happy marriage out there. But it's a lie. It is a very big lie. And we need to stop this thing of saying, oh, this is what they know. This is if they choose to learn. If you want to do something different, you can unlearn all the bad habits. But because the men know that it favors them and they don't want to unlearn, they don't want to unlearn. There
Exactly.
is no way you would tell me making somebody unhappy makes you feel better. No, it doesn't.
Exactly.
But
No,
because
you're
it
very,
Yeah,
you know what, Florence,
and you
you
know,
made a very great point, because this may even help me remember something. My grandma, God rest her soul. This woman was miserable. She was a tough woman. You couldn't tell half the time, but she was a woman of very limited speech. She doesn't talk too much, right? She always used to stare at a distance sometimes, and then when she has her relatives come to visit, she's telling them everything that she's been through. And
mm,
she will share some with her children when they come around her. You hear her talking to her children. It's almost like she's talking to them like a form of warning, like
yeah,
caution, what to do. Don't allow a man to do this to you. You're married, don't allow him to do. When they come to talk to her about maybe their own issues in marriage, she will tell them, well, this is what I think you should do. Don't allow him do. You know what I mean? It's so this women, if you ask them, and somebody actually made a comment that I posted earlier and said that when you ask this woman, they will tell you that marriage is endurance. How many of us have heard that growing up? I know I've heard it.
I heard it
That's
as
I
well.
heard it. I heard it growing up. I heard it growing up.
exactly. They'll say
So I
marriage is
heard,
an endurance, is
I heard my,
endurance,
I
Yeah,
heard
and
my
is a
dad
school.
say some people are enduring marriage and some people are enjoying marriage, and he would say no one should ever endure marriage. So
exactly.
yeah, I've heard about that's. I always hear him say in that line, or my mom would say that too. She never ever want to endure marriage, and I should never ever endure marriage. I should
I think
enjoy my
everybody is
marriage.
like to now,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
but
But
most of them they
you know
know
that
not to.
phrase always come from the place of women. For
Yeah.
men endure any type of thing for relationship because they felt they like the woman. You understand? But when they enter the relationship, men don't even think of endure. It is
Hmm.
women that think of endure because the
Hmm.
men just go there with full chest to go conquer. You understand? Which is completely wrong.
On that
Then
part,
So,
another
what are you conquering? Is this Mount Kilimanjaro? Abi Mount
very
Everest?
wrong. I
Omoye,
don't understand. Instead of you to go enjoy love, you just want to enjoy power that you don't need to use.
so,
It don't
so,
make any
so,
sense.
mhm,
Then
please,
Yeah,
another
guys,
aspect of it again.
so,
There's one
please.
tribe in Nigeria. One tribe in Nigeria. If you a man marry from that place, the man will marry the girl, end up trained like the girl own siblings. You
Yeah.
understand? For example, now the man is marrying this girl, training like three of the girl's siblings, sending them to school and everything. Do you know who suffer? The wife suffer.
Yeah.
And if the wife is tired, if she fed up, she run back to her parent will send her
They're
back
giving you back.
because this man is the one
He's
taking
their
care of
God.
all her siblings.
Yep.
yeah, so Marriott, you were going to say something. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mirabelle. I said Marriott.
Okay.
You guys
So,
are sisters, so
I actually, I actually came on here with a question because I really wanted to know. Honestly, I just needed that knowledge. That's why I asked the question because I want to know. Because in just being a part of this for some time, I realized and just listening to people's story about just the difficulties and the dysfunctions and all that. So I started out by asking if it was the majority. If anyone remembers, that was my question. Miss BB said, yes, that back in the days it was the majority, our parents and pre-parent generation, it was the majority, and everyone agreed with her. And then my question, I started out by also asking the question, what if this oppressor don't know the oppressors and the oppressed don't know the oppressed? Now I'm saying this because it's so hard for me to believe that the majority of people actually were going through so much pain and misery and enduring in their marriage, and it was the majority. So that's why I brought up that question, and that's why I said, well, if these people don't even realize they're if they are happy, how can we tell someone that is happy that you are unhappy? You know, if someone says I am happy, I'm so happy about it. Now I'm not saying, oh, people say no, you know what, they're just enduring. People know that deep down they're not content, they're just managing, they're just I kept going back to somebody actually saying, I am happy. For real, I'm happy. And maybe they're happy because that's, they don't feel that there's anything wrong, or they don't feel like there's something, that's going wrong with them, whatever the reason is. But if they're saying to me I am happy, how am I going to look at them and say you are unhappy? Now if you tell me I am enduring, now manye Joe, how we go do now? That's you letting me know that you are accepting of a situation. It's not the same as being happy.
Yeah.
I am content is not even the same as I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm content means I have accepted this. I'm not looking for more than this. I am, satisfied basically.
Yeah.
But when someone say I am happy, it's a slight difference from being content. And
True.
content is also better than, managing. They're all different levels to it, if you ask
Right,
me.
right.
But my
We
thing
are,
was, how can I
right.
tell someone that says, I am happy, that you are not happy? And now
Okay, so
I
so
also wanted to
so
know what percentage are actually happy, because it's
so
so hard for me
so
to believe that that much percentage are unhappy.
I
okay,
think
That's
Mirabel.
that's
So
it.
it's
Yeah.
very, we can't put a percentage on it, but if you ask me, it's
yeah.
a majority because I grew up knowing people's parents,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Even in
Mhm.
my own home, I can't say my dad was a perfect man. I can't even say that. He was a great father, but he wasn't a perfect husband. There were things that he
God
did with
bless
my
you.
mom that I did not like, that I even used to tell my mom as a young child, like, why don't you just walk away and leave this man? But what she told me was, you don't understand, you're still very young,
Yeah.
right? Now,
Mhm.
somebody else will see my mom and say, "Ha, you're so lucky. Oh, this man does everything for you. He's always da 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 da." But we knew what the struggles was, and in our quiet time, my mom. Matter of fact, I've even experienced my mom. A period of time she was not happy, and we knew why she was not happy, and we were like her only consolation. Like, we'll go to her, we'll talk, and she was lucky she had kids early, so they were old enough to have a level of understanding, right? So when she's talking, we can, console her, talk to her, and all of that, right? Now we talk about it because we're all out, and she's much older now. We're able to talk about it freely. I tell you for free. This is why I asked you when you left Nigeria, not because I'm trying to put you on the spot, Mirabel, but because there's a generational issue also there. There are things that people have seen. I cannot put a percentage on it because we have not done any percentage of the people that are sad or happy in marriages. Matter of fact, you can't even get an accurate percentage because a lot of people would lie to you and cover up their terrible marriages. Now, they don't have to tell you that, oh, you don't have to force them out of their situation. We see it play out all the time. People are miserable, but they're managing the situation until it gets out of hand. All these things we're talking about, for instance, Osinachi, for instance, she used to tell people, oh, no, don't tell him, it's okay, he'll change, he'll be all right, I'll pray for him, everything is okay, I'm fine, don't worry, right? Until the next thing we heard is, bam, the woman is no more.
Thank God.
These are things that happen in Nigeria as we speak. I know that you're having a tough time understanding. That is why I asked that question of when you left, because
That's why we have
if
this
you
conversation.
lived in Nigeria long enough, you will know, have friends, that had parents that did not. I grew up in a compound where the man was a professor of law. He used to lay hands on his wife, who was a professor of economics. Please make that make sense.
Normal.
I knew families, neighbors upon neighbors upon neighbors. Some of them, their husbands were maybe professors or whatever they were. They will go and leave their wives in the village. When the woman will come, maybe come and spend weekend to just cook for the time they are going to be, in the house, you will hear them arguing. They'll be shouting down these women. I mean, they were neighbors. It was not one, it was not two, it was not three, it was only my dad that I knew was
Omoye,
not that
please.
loud.
Omoye, please, let me help her
And
put percentage to it so that she can get a little bit satisfied.
that percentage the Mirabel.
Yeah.
Listen,
So
say na
Mirabel,
new generation pikin. So I beg,
Mirabel.
let me give percentage.
So I will put percentage to it. So the percentage that you want, Mirabel, the percentage I still stand with Bibi is 70%. And this is how I come with my 70%.
Yeah.
Now, Omoye just said something now, a professor of law. Guess what? What is our mother's happiness in that relationship that makes them don't know better? Because people see them, they said 5 of his children are graduates or 4 of his children is in university. They don't buy land, they don't build house. This is what they count. But we are talking now specifically on one aspect of everything, relationship. 70% of our mothers are not happy.
I think it's even higher.
70% of our mothers are not happy. Other aspect of it, in the name of, oh, this is the man that you were to marry, is still living in one room in his father's compound. But now you end up marrying this one. You guys have built house. You did not call you landlady. Nobody call you Mama Bridget, Mama Mirabel, Mama Bibi. You understand? Landlady.
Mama Bridget.
You understand? So they don't call you those things. You understand? So those are flaws that people can't and see the woman that your own better you enjoy. But when we talk about relationship,
True.
the woman does not know anything. In fact, if that relationship goes sour, even though when they call the woman landlady, now from staircase they'll throw her bag out. You understand? And that is the end. And they bring more wife. You see the way they only go bring 2. You understand? Buy one, get one free. You understand?
Not true.
Buy one, get one free. So if you want the
what
percentage, I'll give the percentage 70% like Bibi said. Thank
so
you.
what about the people that are
No,
happy?
they expose us like this now.
I
What is
know,
wrong
right?
with you, eh? We see
What
get small
about the
secrets.
happy
Yes.
ones? What about, have you guys heard about stories
I,
of, the people that were actually happy?
no, I don't think
No,
the point is
you know
that
what? You know what, Mirabelle?
yeah.
Their definition of happiness is
That's,
not what you think it
that's
is.
what I wanted to say.
Their
Yeah.
definition of happiness is not what it is. It's just like a mother today. A mother will say she's happy. She may stay hungry, but watching her kids eat
Yeah.
and do well is happiness to her. So back then, their definition of happiness varied, and it varied from family to family, and so many other things. What you will say is, were they did how accommodating were they towards the situation? Well, they had no choice
Yeah.
because the society around them did not frown at it. In fact, there were some cases where you will see these women have maybe male children, and their male children will grow up to the point where they see their moms not in a very comfortable position. But even if they wanted to intervene, their mothers will be like, no, don't say anything. I'm in your
Yeah.
father's house. I'm this is my home. I
Yeah.
will take care of it. And
Yeah.
you, the outsider, will be like, but this child is about to help you. And why are you? You'll be like, no, it's not your problem. This is between you and your dad and I. So don't put mouth into it. And
Yeah.
but you will think, is she happy being in that situation? She's accommodating it because
Exactly.
the world around her has accommodated it to the point where it becomes an comfortable situation, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That uncomfortable situation becomes comfortable, and so the
Mm-hmm.
accommodation continues. And unfortunately, they have kids that may see that. Some will rebel and be like, God forbid, I will never take this. And some will be like, well, my mom went through it and things worked out for her, and I will continue like this. So happiness is relative depending on the situation, depending on the person, because there were some, even back then, that did not take crap and were willing to walk away from it.
Yeah.
For
Yes.
those ones, they
Ah,
had all the stain, they had
they
all the
will
shame,
disown.
they said
Yes.
things against them, they throw things at them, they
God,
had all the crap done to them.
Yes.
But you
yeah.
see, that individual person would be like, you know what? I'd rather take all of this than to take that crap in that man's house. So
True.
it really depended on each individual's definition of happiness. Some, but in a general term, I would say it was accommodating an uncomfortable situation to make your life comfortable.
Yeah. Have
So
you
it's
heard?
it's so
I've
it's
heard of
it's
situations.
basically we are just products of dysfunctional marriages. How are
Yeah,
we able to be functional?
Absolutely.
that's
Absolutely.
I've heard
Generations of dysfunction, and people have been, everybody is
It's sad, but it's funny.
Mirabel, you don't know
working
what
their
they
way
call
out of
Nolue for
it
Lagos.
with
If you know what they
knowledge.
call Nolue for Lagos, you go understand.
Hey,
Mirabel, somebody like you, if you want to enter Molue, enter Molue. Now people
Mirabel no
push you
enter
enter.
Molue. No,
No,
Mirabel
she could
fit
just
enter
stand
Molue
for
na
the
area
front. She
girl.
could just stand for
She
the
go
front.
just
Then
then go
people go
rush
push
am
and enter.
inside.
You don't say you get leper like us. We go only enter the front. Then people go push us enter. Not to say that you
Really?
struggle enter.
So
So
you
now
just
be the
stand
way
in
we
front
take
of the
grow.
car and they push you in. You
Yeah.
stand in front of the bus and they
In
push you
fact,
in.
sometimes
Yes.
your leg no go
Yes.
reach floor. They go carry you with your
Yes.
body. You don't go know.
Oh
Yes.
no.
Then when you enter, then when the bus conductor asks you where's your money, then you start finding your money. My money, my money. They already stole everything. You start crying
Oh
inside the
no.
bus. Then another good Samaritan will pay your bus fare. You find yourself to your last
Oga
destination.
Paul is speaking from experience.
It has happened to Brother Paul a
Oga
number
Paul
of
is speaking
times.
from experience. I don't feel loud. I don't feel loud. No, but
Do you
speaking
know?
seriously, Mirabel,
Yeah.
sorry, I don't mean to cut you, Auntie Florence.
Okay, sorry.
Speaking seriously, this thing, like you said, that we're all products of what was the word you used?
I don't
Dysfunctioning.
know say,
Yes,
Dysfunction
sorry,
yes.
home.
abeg may I talk this thing. I don't know say I dey hold the door for more. I don't know the area girl. Oh my goodness. They hold the door. I dey fear that molwe. Una don enter the molwe when they bend go one side. Oh my
Ah,
God. My
ah.
heart dey my mouth.
Oh my yeah. The thing be say you don't go able to do so the mole when they bend. Now you go come down. Then you go stand for ground. You go stand for you go you go stand
Oh
for
my
ground. You go
God.
look yourself. You go look the mole and say, now we just come out from that motor.
Just
Oh
imagine
my
I
a
don't want
God.
bus
laugh.
of
I don't want laugh.
44 passenger and
Shaggy.
99 standing.
I'm
Well,
telling you.
fella talker, suffering and smiling,
Yep.
suffering and smiling.
You don't even
Oh
know.
yeah.
And
Oh
that's
yeah,
the
you know,
thing.
Right.
this
We
You
are
is
you
so
don't
we are
know
so
because the
used
next
to
person next to you is going through the same
it.
thing.
Yeah.
And like you rightly said, yes, we are products of dysfunctional situations.
Yes.
But you see, we came out and we determined to be dysfunctional. We said no, we're not going that
Yes.
route.
Not doing
We're
any-
going to be different. The definition of that difference now depends on each individual. And
Yeah.
how we will become different, we may not even know, but we've determined to be different. The difference is our parents, our mothers, were not as crazy as we are.
Yeah.
That's the difference between our generation and
Bam.
we are not dare. They were not as daring as we are. We
Yeah.
have said, look, I will go to the end. Our
Yeah.
mothers were like, you know what? I'm happy where I am. I don't want to find out what that place is looking like. We were like, okay, let me get there first. If it's not good, I will come back.
Exactly.
Do
That
you
is where
know?
our generation, that's the difference between our generation and that, because that is why you could see some women that will get into, relationships and it's not working well. They'll be like, you know what?
They take
With
a bow.
you and everything around you,
Yeah.
shikena, bye to
Exactly.
nonsense. I don't want,
Yeah. Do you
you
know?
know.
Let me tell you guys my personal experience. Right. Okay. I'm still single to be married soon by the grace of God. So
Awesome.
I've
I
had
beg, I
people.
shall be in
Where
the
you
area
should be, I
where
beg.
we are a shall be
How means we go chop
specialists.
Abina goat? What is the color? Let's know the
London, yeah,
color
I come.
now.
Make I go eat better akara.
Yes, so yes, so.
Anyhow. So I've had
See as
people
we
that
dey plan Florence marriage already. We don't already dey intake tools material.
Free food, they sweet oh.
I've had people that have come to me, right? If you come to me like a gentleman, right? I'll ask you questions. Like I'm that person that will ask you questions until you just disappear, because I will not take anything, because I've seen enough in this life already. So
Right.
one guy came to me and he's like, like blah blah blah, and I started asking this guy questions, like normal questions that you ask somebody to get to know them, but about typical African men. They just want to come and tell you, "Oh, I love you," and then by the time you want to ask them what color is your love, they start looking at you like as if your head is not correct. I'm like, no. What do you mean love? What do you even know by the like? What? Explain love. What are you talking about love? And I'm asking you simple questions like a grown-up man, and you can't answer. You expect me to just take you for your word. And then my sister is like, "Oh,
I
don't
love
you
you, talk your own.
say?"
I love you, talk your own.
Yeah. My sister
Oh
is like,
my
"Oh, but
goodness.
man, marriage is like that. You have to, at the end of the day, you cannot see a perfect man." I'm like, yeah, I can't see a perfect man, but I'm not gonna see fire and I go into fire just because I cannot see a perfect man. You understand? There's a difference between knowing what you want, right? Making a conscious decision, knowing the full parameters of what it is you're going into, for you to come and tell me I'm an African man, I want a woman who is like this, who is like that, and then you can't even answer the questions I'm asking you. And I'm thinking, this is 21st century, and you're supposed to be a how many year old guy, and you don't even know who you are, and you want a wife. How does that even make sense? You get? And then now to that guy is saying, oh, you think you're all that, a typical African reaction. Oh, you think you're all that, that's why you're not married. Yeah, this is somebody that's supposed to be telling me you love me and all that. And at the same time, and I'm asking you a question and you're trying to be manipulative. And then this thing my sister is saying, I said, don't you know all this is because the guy was like verbally abusing me, cursing me more like. And then my sister said, oh, but don't worry, this is marriage. That is what our parents did. So can you imagine that is what our parents went through? So do you want me now to be going back to the generation that has failed us, that did not even teach us?
Exactly.
God bless you, my
Thank you.
sister. God
Uh,
bless you.
I must come your wedding.
Yeah,
Brother Paul, yeah, go buy the tickets. Go buy the ticket for all of us.
they didn't even tell us how to do life. So
Serious,
you want
serious.
your sister to go into that. And I told her, say, let me tell you something. Me right now, I'm looking for happiness. I will not, with everything that I know, put myself in an unfortunate situation in the name of marriage.
And settle for
I
less.
know what I am
God
seeing.
bless you.
I know what I am seeing. People who call themselves married women and married men, what they are doing in this UK. I know so many cases, and I'm thinking, Papa God, don't let me get married to my enemy. Oh. I don't want.
Amen.
I don't want that. That is my prayer. You cannot tell me you are a married man and you leave your house from your work and you go for a week and your wife does not know where you're going to. What kind of stupid marriage is that?
Ataya.
I want to put myself into in the name of marriage. Yes. And you will hear a woman telling you, oh, I did not have it easy in my marriage. Marriage is endurance. Like, I'm thinking, where are these people coming from? I'm saying to myself, if my mother was alive now, I'm definitely sure she's going to be telling me, no, my daughter, do not do that. Why would I want to just see, we Africans say, I don't know, Sha. God is just looking at us. It's like these people that are created, I don't know what they want because most of the time we don't really know what we want. That's the truth. So if you don't know what you want, how on earth would you know what makes you happy? That's what I always tell my people. If you don't know what you want as a person, don't go into marriage. Because a lot of these marriages are sham. I can tell you for free. I've seen it and it scares me sometimes. It really
No,
does.
you're right.
because
You're right,
we
sis.
are so
You're
used
right,
to
sis.
talking and smiling in our community.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
In
yes.
pretense that we don't even know the real thing, even when it hits us in the face.
It's
We don't know.
called marriage of acceptance.
Yes.
It's called
Mhm.
marriage. You accept
Of
whatever you
convenience.
see.
For
Yes, marriage of
convenience.
Just
acceptance
because
and
you want to
convenience.
have
You
a
just
name,
accept it.
I'm Mrs. This person, I'm Mrs. Somebody.
Mm-hmm,
And
mm-hmm.
that's fine.
And that's what is making us dysfunctional.
Yeah,
Yes.
because
it's already
because you know
dysfunctioning.
the younger generation is trying to change the narrative,
Yes,
and
they
the problem is that they are trying to change the narrative in such a hurry. That's
yeah,
where I
true,
see as a problem. You
true.
have to understand the situation,
Yeah,
but you see, in trying to change the narrative, you also have to tell the older ones that, look, this is how it was for you, and
yeah,
it worked for you, but you
yeah.
see, I'm not willing to accept
No,
it, so
no.
allow me to do it the way it is working now,
Yeah,
because truth be told, the world is different now. I
yeah,
mean, once upon a time, there was no smartphone all
yeah.
over the whole world.
It's not
Today, we
Instagram.
are not just talking to people, you can see the person you're talking to real time. So
True.
you have to systematically help them appreciate that,
Yeah,
not that your system is not good, but you see, I refuse to accept it. It's
yeah,
not going to work for me because I know the kind of person that I am. And it boils down to that thing. Know yourself well.
yeah,
Know what you're bringing to the
yeah,
table, so
yeah.
that whatever you cannot handle, you walk.
Don't
Whatever
accept
you do
it.
not want the person to bring to you, you
Yeah,
tell the person,
no.
bros, the door is open. Waka, go. I
Yeah,
don't want it.
yeah. We have this attitude as African women, especially the ones that think that they know they are Christians, which to me they are not Christian, they are church goers. That's what I call a lot of them. I'm sorry. If you are a Christian, right, you will do marriage like Christ has actually stipulated in the Bible, not like one pastor is telling you to do. You will not be listening to a pastor. You'll be reading your Bible for yourself. You can't tell me you're anointing
Florence, you
somebody.
want
You're
spoil market for
anointing
pastor. Take your time. Oh.
anointing
How you want spoil
somebody's
the market for
clothes.
pastor
Well,
this night?
Florence, abeg, hold that thought, that very important talk when you wan share. Abeg, I wan read this comment, make we first laugh. This Adana is killing me, please. I can't hold it no more.
Okay.
Adana say, I
Make
came
I go my
across
TV
an
set.
old,
Make I for read
eh,
them.
he
Make I
say,
put the YouTube for TV so I can read
eh,
a
eh,
bold.
I came across an old friend from years ago. He's supposedly happily married. He said, Ada, let me send you pictures of my family. He has 4 kids, wife is pregnant. Each picture he sent had bold print. Make una hold una breath oh, of his cucumber.
Oh,
He was standing next to wifey the whole time, and each picture, my sister, all I could see was the print of a garden egg. Abi na cucumber that they call am. Like, what the f is this man sending me this for?
oh, yeah.
Eh? Few weeks later, I was supposed to go to Dallas for the wedding with my mom. You know, this man said he will give a hotel booked for us to chill. I
Mm.
kid you not. Man with 4 children, Bikono. Waiting this man they find with wife for when get belle,
Olodo
4
Agbaya.
children,
And he's happily
Olodo
married.
Agbaya.
and
Omoye,
supposedly.
Happily
Omoye,
married.
where you
That's
will
what
understand this and that. Just imagine somebody who is working in Delta Airline. You understand? We did our end of the year party every year in Sheraton. But you see, very many of us, we don't come with our wife for free party like that. Where you
Hmm,
can take the best pictures, you can take everything.
I'm
You
Mm.
telling
understand?
you.
But this man want to shine all their 32 or 33 teeth with all the other young girls to put themselves in trouble.
Mm.
Tell me if that
Eh?
relationship is actually working very well.
and that is
Mm.
the
Years
point.
to
If
years
you
to
are
years to
actually
years. We
married,
don't take our wife out. We
yeah,
don't do no nothing. You
okay,
want you smell something.
yeah. If you are really happy in your home, right, like they claim to be happily married, would you be looking at other girls outside? Will your eyes
For where?
your
For
eyes
Mm.
where?
be everywhere? Would you be like going out every weekend on your own by yourself? Would you, really? Who are they fooling? Who are they trying? Like, come on, please. You know,
This is like, I'm always here, but this is the first time I'm actually I called to have a conversation about this whole marriage and dysfunction. A lot of the times I'm in the comment section when this is a conversation because I'm just like, I don't know, I want to talk about it because it always sounds so berserk to me, always sounds so foreign. That's why I really asked this question because I keep hearing all this dysfunction, all this, and I was like, wait, someone needs to tell me, is this the majority? Is this real? Is this like the majority? Or are we just compounding a few issue? Because it just always was difficult for me to, engage in kind of conversations or even get it or understand it. And I'm so happy I actually even called and I'm here because typically when it's this all the times I've ever called, it was nothing. It was no conversation about dysfunctional marriages, because I'm just like I don't know what to say. I'm just like playing or cracking up in the comment section because for me it's hard for me to get it, and I'm getting it now just from this conversation and all those while in my life. I'm being honest. I've heard it. I've been on the show. I've been on other shows. I've listened, but I just have not put myself in it. It's just hard for me to get it. And this is for the first time I'm actually getting it. I'm actually like, wow, so this is real. This is the majority for real. It's not just one person's problem or two people's problem in social media that we're dissecting. It's actually real. And it's sad, but I'm also happy that I'm even able to get that knowledge and get almost like a closure because I'm always being like, oh, this cannot be real. Like, it's not that bad. It cannot be this much. It's just
Really
a
bad.
few thing. And
If
it's
you
sad for me to hear.
yeah, if you
But
really
I really
I really
appreciate
feel for
all of
you.
you.
yeah,
I
if
So,
you
I've
Mirabel, we're going to combine. We're going to send you for a course that you're going to do is free. All you just need to do, if you have a church, go and work with your pastor directly,
that's
so,
what you
so that you see marriage counseling and go and see
Mirabel, I
what
beg you. I
what you will
beg you, do
see.
not go to anywhere. I beg you.
Just go and work with your pastor
Oga
and go
Paul, I
see.
beg you. Don't they traumatize this, my madam, my
Brother
beautiful friend
Paul,
like this. I
Brother
beg you.
Paul, unfortunately and fortunately, I don't have a pastor.
oh
Okay,
So,
find one
yes.
find one African church
Please,
I
where you
please,
see
cannot.
where kids
I
come with Louis. You
please.
see kids with Louis Vuitton,
Oga
but the
Paul, I
home is
go
not working.
pray for you
I
this
know,
night.
right?
When I pray like this, I will include you in my prayer this night, Oga Paul.
Oga forward Mirabel to get the real
I
experience.
beg you. She doesn't need to.
Real
She does not
time.
need to go. I beg
Real
you.
time
She don't
experience.
need to go anywhere. Which kind of experience?
Brother
Where the
Paul,
experience carry us go?
Brother Paul, why do I need a pastor when I have you here? You will they
Apio.
tell.
Badam.
Oh yeah, Paul. Let me hear you whine your mouth. Continue. Talk.
All I need to do is come on the show and listen to Brother Paul, tell us what's
Oh
going
my
on.
goodness. No,
But
but
Well,
Mirabel, speaking seriously, I want to thank you for being that honest,
Yeah.
to wanting to learn, because a lot of times people assume, and
Yeah.
that's a very wrong way of learning. You can't learn by assuming. You have to ask the hard questions. Now, the most interesting part of this is nobody will have this conversation at home.
Oh yeah.
Nobody will sit down to have these conversations at home. In fact, if you bring it up, they will look at you. If ice could make you go 6 feet under and come back on top, that is what they will look
The
you up
elephant
and
in the
down,
room.
size you, roll you with their eyes, and drop you to the floor, and then make you stand again and wonder, and you'll be asked. In fact, fear no
Yeah.
go let you even ask the question again. So you
It,
see, this hard conversations, they don't even have it at home,
no.
because it's a normalcy. It's normal. Things are just going on fine, but things are not going
But
on
I
fine,
I
and
think the
that is why
reason.
people are going into these relationships and coming out of it. In
Yeah.
fact, my friend was telling me the other day that the divorce rate in Nigeria is so high.
Oh,
Is so
Very high.
high
even talking
because
about
people
divorce, what about
because
women, married women cheating with other married men? Like it's like a joke. It's
ooh,
oh,
Yep.
They just
It's
sleeping with each other anyhow. And you tell
That's
me,
a lucrative business.
yeah,
That's a lucrative
and you
business.
tell me these people are happy. The point is, I think, right, we need to be having this kind of, we need to be truthful to ourselves. I keep saying this because I am so fed up with us Africans living in pretense, right? And
Ah.
then, like, we pretend like there's no tomorrow. I am so tired. When you want to know the truth, right? This marriage topic is like the elephant in the room when you meet
I'm
women. Can you
telling
imagine
you.
another woman telling, and it's like a mother-in-law telling the daughter-in-law, oh, so you think say you one can get and good for your marriage? Did I have it good in my marriage? You never see any.
Wow.
So how can you tell me these people were happy making statements like this?
Exactly. They know
And
there
she
was no
knows she was
happiness. Oh.
You
aware,
are
and now
so right, oh.
she's bent on making the daughter-in-law living in hell just because she did not get it good. What sort of mentality is that?
Yeah, they do it.
And these
It's
are people
very
who sit in
typical.
the front benches of churches. Are you having a laugh? Like, really?
Yeah, that's what they
You're
do.
right. You're right.
They will
And some
say,
even
yeah,
transfer it here. Some of
yeah,
them even bring it here. They
yeah.
bring that their attitude here that
It's in the UK.
it,
When you
it
sit
didn't.
around these women, you'll be shocked the things that come out of their mouth. And these are
Mm-hmm.
especially married women. These are
Yeah.
people who are married and they'll be wearing, how do you call it? They call it in Cameroon, complet. You know, like when the man and the woman wear the same material and they
Oh,
go,
the same
yeah,
and
to pretend,
Uncle,
Anko, Anko.
pretend to
uncle,
be
the
so
same, the
happy.
uncle.
same cloth.
Yes, exactly. And they pretend to be so happy, right? And then when they get in their car, nobody's talking to nobody. You are in your house for 3 months, you're not talking to each other. But you go to party together, you go to church. Really, please. Man, I'm tired of Africans. I'm sorry. I'm an
Ah,
African. I'm a typical
no,
African,
it's
but
okay to be tired though. This is why we're having all these conversations because
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's gotten to an alarming stage, and that's why do so. Why do we even have to? Why do we question why our society is the way it is? We
oh,
True.
forget that a healthy society. Where does it start from? The family.
The
yeah,
So if the
family.
family structure is dysfunctional, the woman is not happy, the man lords it over the woman like a whatever,
Like bread.
an
Like bread.
oppressor, right? With a
Mm.
whip in his hand. Guess what?
Mm-hmm.
Any child that comes through that type of process, they make you see say Mongo parks full everywhere. When they
Everywhere.
say Mongo park, it is a direct effect of what happens in the marriage.
yeah,
Because when a child has, okay, look at what happened now with this woman when they deleted, right?
Mm.
During the marriage, the life of the marriage, see the fight, the kind violent fight when they fight for presence of those children. Tell me those children are going to grow up and be okay.
they can't
You
be.
understand? Or is
Omoye,
it
that one even too
Osinachi?
far.
They
Eh?
can't be.
Sister
Ah,
Omoye, that one even too far. The one where you go see, say, mama go there for kitchen, they cook. Girl picking go enter kitchen to they help mama. Boy go sit down for parlor, they
Exactly.
play with it. I
Yeah,
mean, it starts from that, but you see, nobody ever asks a question. What do you do here? Oh, yeah, enter the kitchen. I'm going to help you. Say, waiting. Am I not a boy? What am
yeah,
I going to do there? And
yeah.
nobody
Baby, why you can't
frowns
they
at
talk?
it.
Why you can't they disgrace me now for public now, baby? Which kind of thing be that one?
That's
I
what I
beg.
see.
Oh
That's
Which kind of thing be that one?
and
My
and
sister,
I feel
I
like
find myself for UK, from UK to America. I no even sabi cook water. I
and
don't
I
place to
think
make ogi. I not sabi
oh
cook
my
water.
and
god.
So make tea na
maybe
wayek. I
I
go do am, I go do am, I go do am right from breakfast enter lunch.
so I'm coming to like more of an awareness of, my own self, because I think my naivety probably comes from what I saw was my parents' relationship. My dad, A1 dad, choose my dad ever forever and ever. If I had to choose another father, I would choose my father, best friend. Now my dad and my mom's relationship, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful from my own point of view, from what I saw. I never saw my parents have a fight or argue or raise a voice at each other. They had a beautiful relationship. Now, of course, I'm sure they had their bad times or their, like difficult time, but I just never saw it. We just never saw it. We lived in the same household. Maybe they waited for us to go to bed and then they trashed out whatever issues they had, but we just never saw. I never saw my dad talk down on my mom, yell at my mom, or I never saw my mom and my dad argue or fight. So whatever difficult time they had, they did an amazing job of keeping it away from us because I never saw it. And
So
now when it
Mirabe,
comes to other, huh? Yes,
Mirabe,
sir.
you see,
Yes, sir.
your mom, maybe I may be completely wrong on that part. There are
Hmm.
some women that know how to whoop men very well. They don't
Hmm.
talk to the men. Women's strength is in their mouth, but some
Yeah.
women will keep men silent. The man is dying.
Mm-hmm.
The woman will just not talk to him. So you will not
Hmm.
hear anything. The man
So,
is
so
dying.
yeah,
You
but I
understand? But the woman
always,
is
I
not saying
always
anything.
saw them.
Oga
Yeah,
Paul na
but I always,
dogoyaro and they put
it's
dogoyaro.
possible too. I always saw them do like when I see them, whatever I saw of them was like happy. Every evening we ate together as a family. In the morning, my dad would, my parents would go to work, my mom would go, and my dad. And there were times my mom was not working for a period of time, and but everything I saw was just amazing. I saw amazing, healthy relationship. That's what I saw. My mom never like talked about my dad in any negative way. He never talked about my mom in any negative way. The only time I would see them banter is if I would like be feisty with my mom as a teenager. My mom will like tell me, don't say a word, and I'm trying to like express myself, and she'll say, don't say a word, and then my dad will be like, let her speak. So that's when I would see them disagree. It was a lot with me when my mom would not let me speak or would not let me express what I need to express because she tells me I'm challenging her sometimes, and my dad would be like, let her speak, let her say what she needs to say. And my mom would be like, oh, you're supporting her, something like that. That's what I would see. That's the only time I saw them not on the same page. But like I said, of course, I'm sure they had their bad times, but it was
Yeah,
just
well, we
not.
do.
We
You're
did
right.
not
We do
just
that.
see it.
Like I have issues with my wife. Who have all
Hmm.
these issues, but there's this
Hmm.
standard that I do. You understand? My son hates it to hell. Even my daughter, but my son is the worst. What do I mean by that? I try as much as possible. As family, we must eat together because
Hmm.
my son want to junk all his life. You understand? He don't want to
Hmm.
eat anything. He want to junk.
Hmm.
So I make them come, at least let us spend time together. We cannot be doing WhatsApp and sending texts in the same house. So I
Hmm.
try to make everybody, let everybody come down. Come on, let's eat. So my
Hmm.
kids may see a perfect home by that,
Hmm.
that we all come together, we'll eat, we'll do stuff like that and
Hmm.
everything. But you don't even know the Second World War that we perform in our bedroom when we close
That's
the
what
door.
I'm saying. Yeah,
Then we
of
carry another
course.
look when we open the door again to show
Of
perfect home.
course. You guys, of course, there's no marriage that's like void of problems. It's all in how those issues are handled. Because there will always be issues. It's just all about how you handle them and just
Yeah,
love,
because like
respect.
for example, I have one small issue before I will leave. My in-law is working with the British High Commission for over 30 years now. Guess what? He never allowed his wife to she have the his wife has all it takes to live in the UK. But I believe the man understand that if this woman live in the UK, she will have all the power that she's looking for. He make the woman live in Nigeria.
That's another
Mhm.
form of
You
control.
understand? It does
Mhm.
Yeah.
all type of courses in UK. Today is in UK, tomorrow is in Scotland, is here, is there, and every other thing. But he make the wife live in Nigeria.
Another
You
form of
understand? That's the
That's
same thing I'm talking
ridiculous.
about power. You
As
can
a as
imagine.
a I just remembered some. As a matter of fact, there was something I didn't like. I didn't just. It's not even that I did not like it. I just knew that would not be me because when my mom would travel like to the United States, we were like little kids, or my parents would travel when we were little kids, or like when my mom, if it's just my mom traveling, we leave in Port Harcourt. My dad would fly with my mom, carry all of her luggages all the way to Abuja, and then she'll take the international flight from Abuja. My dad will stay the night with her, and the next morning she'll take the flight. Like he'll see her off to the airport, and then my dad will fly back home to Port Harcourt to us. And then for me, I'm just
That's
like,
Indian
Dad, why
love.
you have to see her off all the way to Abuja? Just let's just all because we could just go to the airport because we all will go to the airport in Port Harcourt, right? But my dad will continue his journey with her, so we'll see both parents off to Port Harcourt Airport, and then my dad would go all the way to Abuja, and then the next day see my mom off to her international flight, and then he'll come back home to Port Harcourt. And for me, I was just like, Dad, mommy she's fine. She can just continue her thing. Like, why do you have to spend the flight and go to Abuja and then come back home? Just let her go from Port Harcourt. So that was what I would see a lot of the time when my mom would travel. And I was like, nah, it's not me. I'm an independent woman. I don't need you to see me up all the way to Abuja. I was just like, nah, I'm good. Don't carry all my luggage. He would carry everything. My mom was like, he carry everything. I'm like, nah, I don't want that. So that was what I saw, and I was like, nah, I don't want that. I don't want that. But then my thing is, like I was saying, my naivety probably comes from and from seeing that and not maybe being exposed to so many others, so many other relationships. So just
Yeah.
being on here and listening to people and people talk about the other side of what I was not opportune. It's not a good opportunity. So I'm not gonna say opportune or what I did not see or whatever. So that's why it made me start questioning, is this the majority? Because it's almost like it's brought to the limelight now. And I'm married too. And that's not my reality either. So it's almost like I have my siblings that are married. So it's just like, okay, is this really the majority? Because it seems like the people that I know in real life don't have this reality. So that's why I'm like so grateful that you guys were even able to entertain my naivety and just put me in the clear, like, yes, Maribel, this is what happens. And this is what people have to put up with, and this is what people have to endure. And it gets me back to that question of, if that's our all of our reality. Sometimes we never even knew about it, and we become this product, and now we're in this generation where we're not going to take any crap. At what
I
point do we then draw the line?
Mirabel,
I think
Mirabel,
Mabel,
Mirabel, please, Bibi, I want to go. Let me just do my closing remarks, please.
Okay.
Mirabel,
Yes,
don't
sir.
use the word naivety again. You
Mm.
only help Omoye today very well to throw tough questions for us to prepare ourselves very well to find the answer.
Mm-hmm.
So you did a
Mm-hmm.
good job
You
today. So it's
did.
not
You
about
did.
naivety. You did a good
Mm-hmm.
job. You just want to throw that tough question so that we can crack our head to find anything that we can find to convince you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very
Mm-hmm.
much. I really appreciate you people. Let me stay on the other room. Let me be listening. I'll stay on the other
Thank
room.
you so much, brother Paul. You are the
Oga Paul, thank
bestest of
you.
the bestest.
I know.
Thank you,
Oh, my,
thank
you know, tell
you.
her like that. Say, head go they swear now. No, they tell her that kind of thing,
Make
Joe.
his head swear, make his head swear. He
Ah,
need them, he need that. In
I
the
beg,
midst
no
of
tell her
women,
Jerry.
he's
He go
blessed.
go, he go go. They happy now. He go just they
Make
smile
he
anyhow.
happy, he need them, he need them,
Whether
brother Paul.
I like it or not, God go bless you now. But
Amen. You
Bibi, I
too.
still dey wait for your guguru and epa.
I know.
Gerardo, uh,
Yeah, thank you so much, oh, brother
Thank you,
Paul. I
Oga
really
Paul.
Thank
appreciate
you.
your
Yeah.
take. I really did. Thank you. I
you're welcome.
appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm
Eku
on the other
gbogbo
side.
igba mi. All right
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
Mirabel,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate your tough questions. I know we all have different realities. And for me, I'm very happy that you opened your mind to understand where we're all coming from. And
Mm,
it's true when something is your reality, it's very hard to see or understand when people are saying something that you've never experienced or you probably never have been exposed to. So I understand it, and I'm glad that you stayed on with an open heart and you listened. So that this is all why we're here. Even me, I know there's certain things that I can't really, when people are saying it, I'm clueless because it's not my reality. I've never experienced it. I don't know what it feels like, right? So, and
Mhm.
sometimes I would ask questions too, blanket questions, not because I'm trying to be difficult, but just because I want to have a better understanding of what they're talking about. So please, I don't want you to feel like, to Brother Paul's point, no, you're not being naive. Our reality is our reality, and you're not gonna you don't need to apologize for that because it's what your reality is, and it's nice and very um 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 I'm very it gladdens my heart to know that people's realities differ. Even with all these things that we're even talking about, it's not like some of us have directly experienced some of these things we're sharing. It's just that we've been in rooms where conversations were hard, or we been in rooms where people themselves that are going through it shared it with us. That's when we realize, oh my God, so these things truly happen, you know. So I want to appreciate you for that. But at the same time, I'm going to set Marriott on you because you were kind of very not nice to me. And I'm going to make Marriott deal with you in the comment section. That's what I will do. Hmm? So I'm not
It's
going to.
okay.
I can
Mira, but if I were you, I will start begging.
if I were you, yeah,
Just
very nice
start
from
just
now
start
on.
begging now. That's all. You
Thank you,
know.
brother
Just
Paul. Yay! Thank you for your support. You
yeah, I
too
want to
much.
say, there's no need to be naive. For example, you just explain your situation. My situation is as similar as yours. My mom and my dad, right? That
Mm-hmm.
they were in love. My dad actually had a
Uh-huh.
name for my mom. So
Wow.
growing up, like I had the happiest childhood ever. But I thought every family was like that until I started visiting other families. That's when I started asking myself, like, okay, what's going on? Why are these people
Yeah.
behaving like us? Why are these parents not behaving like my mom and dad? That is when
Yeah.
it started ringing in my head like something is not right, you know. So then I'm looking like, but why are they different? Why? Why are they, why are things the way they are? And then when you grow up in the environment that you are with other people, you hear the words that comes out of people's mouth, you're wondering like, oh, there's something really, really wrong with these people. What's going
Yeah.
on? So that's when I started paying particular attention,
Attention to
yeah,
it.
marriage
Yeah.
in our community. And then I said to myself, I don't want this kind of marriage. I want what my mom and dad had and even better. That is why I said I'm not going to settle for the fact of that I want to be married. It's
Right.
not going.
Florence, what happened to your audio? And
Oh, can you hear me?
before she gets
I can
okay.
hear you.
Can you hear
Oh,
me?
okay.
Yeah,
Now
I
I
can hear
can
you.
hear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because I could compare, and then when you see other people's family, you're like, no, this is wrong. Something is not right. Like, and the words that comes out of people's mouth, the whole
Ex-
environment, the way they look at marriage. From in my family, you can never hear my father say, "Oh, you have to be married." Or he was talking about you have to have a career of your own. You have to have.
yes.
It's about you. There was never a
Yes.
time my father was trying to rush us off to go and get married to one person. No, he had
Mm-hmm.
no business about that. To him, he knows that it's gonna happen naturally, and that's it. But it wasn't like, oh, you have to be like it wasn't even a topic in our house, to be fair. It was more about
Right.
yeah, it was more about you have to be, because my father worked in that education, like he was like the education the head of education kind of thing in Cameroon.
Right.
Yeah, so he was so big on education, and he knew that his children have to be educated no matter what. So
Exactly.
marriage was not even mentioned, I would say. It wasn't, because to him it's like you don't have to mention it. It comes when it comes. It's not,
Exactly.
yeah, it's not something that you have to force your child to go and get married and be. No, he wasn't big on that. He was like, develop yourself and any other thing will follow. And that's
Right.
more to do about your growth, your happiness, you as a person, being a woman or a man. That is it. It's equal opportunity. It has nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's what I saw. And then when I came out of the house and I see other people, like a father that does not even want the girl child to go to school and will say, oh, I'm not
Yep.
paying your fees, and the girl has to go and do some horrible things to sponsor
Mm-hmm.
themselves. And I'm thinking, does this happen? Is this
Yeah.
is this
Yep.
real? Like, I don't even
Mm-hmm.
understand it. Why would you as a parent not like have the decency to send your own child to school? This doesn't make sense. It was so alien to me. I did not actually understand it. Yeah, and then
Right.
when I traveled, I came to this country. Oh my God, I met the worst. Like, if you hear the way people talk about the whole marriage thing, the way the husband and the wife, the way they behave to each other, and I'm thinking, why are you people even married if you can't even stand each
Exactly.
other? Why are you living in a house with a man you don't speak to each other for 2 months? I'm like, no, this is not what I want in my life. Like, this is wrong. This is wrong from all angles. It's wrong. So I
Right.
don't.
And to add to what you just said, Florence,
Yeah.
is the fact that growing up, I had friends whose fathers were not involved in their lives.
Oh,
didn't pay for fees, didn't care for them. But I had a father who cared for all of us.
yes.
We provided for our clothes, feeding. I
Okay.
didn't know what it meant not to have a father in my life. I didn't know what it meant when people say they have daddy issues. When I was growing up, I was hearing it. It was foreign to me, you
Yeah.
know. So
Yeah.
most of the time, when people are sharing, it's from what they've seen, what
Oh,
they've experienced
yeah.
within other people. I literally had a friend who lost her mother when she was very young, like when she was 14 or so. Her dad quickly remarried, and the stepmom was a horrible person. And they ended up, she and her siblings ended up growing up with their grandmother, who was a tough woman as well, right? And those people grew up, it was almost like they were fighting throughout their lives, most of their lives. They didn't have a father who cared, So when you hear all these things and you begin to understand that, oh my God, my reality, all those things were foreign to me too. But when you hear people's stories and you have the, just like you are here now and listening to all these stories, when maybe somebody comes and shares something with you, you can quickly say, huh, this is what I heard here. I heard this in the okay, so really these things happen. So my dear, things horrible things are happening to people. Oh, just be grateful that you're separated from all of that, and that's not your reality. It's indeed a blessing, but I tell you, people are going through it a
Yeah.
lot,
If
especially
somebody
in
actually,
Africa.
yeah, if I can, so somebody actually told me, if you're looking for, if you want to be married and happy, trust me, you'll never be married. I'm like, really?
I've
Say,
heard that.
yeah, so
I
there's no happiness in
rejected
marriage.
it. I was like,
No happy
tufiakwa.
marriage. I'm like, are these people okay?
Mm-mm.
I'm like, are they normal people? How can you say that? There's no happy
Yep.
marriage. Say no, that's it's
Mm-hmm.
a fantasy. It never happens. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
For somebody to think that, you can imagine what they've like their whole idea of marriage.
I feel
Yeah.
like if I even get into that conversation, we're gonna be here all night because if we keep hearing about all the dysfunction and for someone that's not yet married and you keep hearing all this stuff, doesn't it at some point make you question the reality of something beautiful?
It
Oh no,
doesn't,
not at all. It doesn't
because
make
I've
me,
seen
for
it.
me,
Yeah, it
it
doesn't.
doesn't make me question it. It reinforces the fact that those are the things
Exactly.
that I need to look
Those
out for,
ones,
so
yeah,
I don't fall a victim. Oh
exactly.
my God, I
That
still
is
believe
that,
in the
that
beautiful,
is
because
actually, yeah,
I've seen beautiful marriages. I have relatives that have beautiful. I have sisters, brothers that have married, and they
yeah,
have beautiful marriages. So at all, it
yeah,
just makes me informed so that I know what to look out for, because I tell you, there are
yeah,
very nice ladies, nice people
yeah,
who have never experienced anything like this, anything ugly like this, and they find
yeah.
themselves attracted to someone who is a major mongo pack,
Oh
but they
yeah,
don't know the red flags. They
yeah,
don't know anything about it. So the person will present
yeah,
themselves in a way that you will think, oh my God, this
yeah.
is the best thing that's ever happened to me. And all of a sudden they marry, come find out, say the man are the
Ah,
senior of all the Mongo packs.
oh
It
my
they
Yeah.
happen.
And
name.
that's a whole line of conversation where if you haven't even heard of people's experience, you have no idea. You're more prone to get into this, like
Sure.
you said, Mongo Pat. You're more prone
Exactly.
because you don't even know what to look out for. So someone can,
Exactly. Mm,
become whatever you say and you believe that that's all there is, and then you
exactly.
get yourself. So that's why it's not really good to be in a bubble,
No.
and I don't want to be in a bubble. And yeah, I'm already married, but just imagining being in a bubble and not realizing the other realities and what other possibilities there are, and you end up ending up with one of these horrible possibilities because you do not know. And like Amaya is saying, it doesn't make you question beauty in marriages. It just makes you are more informed as to what you want and what you do not want, and
Yeah,
that's beautiful. And I like that line of thought.
yeah.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I've met men, for instance, they would ask me stuff like, what kind of man are you looking for? I
Mm,
realized a long time ago that that was a trap. That was a trap question,
yeah.
right? Because when they
Hmm.
ask you that, and for instance, if you're naive, right? If I was in my teenage years or whatever, I would say, oh, somebody who give me chocolate, and I think everything is all flowery, okay?
Oh, but yeah,
But
answer the question. Well, he's tall, dark, and handsome with broad chest
I
and
no
deep husky
answer
voice.
Jack. I just tell and say, I say, does he breathe? I say, does the person breathe? He say, I say, as long as the person is breathing and the person is a human being, not be another thing, I'm okay. Now that one, I say, I not get type. I
They're
not
not.
get who I they look for because na trap.
That's trap. Yeah.
Because
If
you
you
need
this
make the person come
oh my
as
God.
himself.
Yeah.
No pretense.
No
Let
pretend.
me know. I want to know whether you be jackass.
Yeah.
Show it to me. Maybe
Yeah.
I like the jackass. You don't know that. So
Yeah.
show me what you are. If you are the type of person that is a horrible, I want to know. Make I prepare. So
Yeah.
for me, I never ever answer that question. Show
Make
me
make
who
I
you
make you
are.
laugh. Make I
Go
make you laugh.
ahead.
You get one time when I been the see one guy when they ask me say now which kind of person I want to say na farmer. He must to farm. Person where they farm. You know how to dig the ground and plant yam, plant the boy doesn't look the boy they look me. He say, so are you willing to relocate to I say, we relocate and after farming on the ground, we go and we farm fish. I say it's a bit pick periwinkle. You have to wake up by 3 a.m. in the morning to go and pick periwinkle. Pick periwinkle by the riverside. You go pick and you can't come back. The boy does they look me like say, he say, He said, I used to think you were very posh. I say, you think wrong, my
Eh.
dear. I
Push
say
in
you
the face.
I say you think wrong. I said, you know how to plant cassava. You have to plant in ridges. The boy did look. He did look
Uh-huh.
me say,
Yeah.
this one not
Exactly.
trespassing. I don't go see.
Yes,
He
so.
says so. He says so. You mean you have to live? I said you have to live in the village. You can't be in the city to do it. He says so. What are you doing in the city? I said I came to look for the man so that we can go back together.
Exactly. May I read this
Oh my
comment when
goodness.
Miss Top Notch post? You see, on the contrary, though, I was the only one who had I thought I was the only one who had an abnormal, abusive teenage family life. So I didn't talk about it and painted my family to be so colorful until I came to the States and saw different. You see, this is why, all these conversations we're having, all of us, we all have to keep an open mind because people have different realities. Look at somebody now sharing that vulnerable side of her with
Mm,
us. And I
mm,
have friends, I've known friends that have had tough growing up years. Literally, my dad was like a father figure to a lot of my friends because most of them did not have their fathers in their lives. Matter of fact,
mm,
when my dad passed on, most of my friends reached out to me and they were crying because they remembered growing up when we were all going. I went to see my dad. As my papa, they give me pocket money. Because of them, my pocket money go reduce. So if
Mm.
now 1,000 my papa won't give me before, he'll give me 600 because of my friends. So I can't they sneak go see my papa. Make they not they reduce my pocket money again.
you're a bad
You know,
child. You're a
yeah,
bad
I had
child.
to. I can't they
Eh?
sneak, but then they know. So because they knew where my dad worked, they will go back go meet my papa because they know say something will come out from his pocket. You understand? So this is why I mean when we share this kind of thing, see and now Miss Top Notch just share with us that are vulnerable information. And thank you so much, Miss Top Notch, for saying that. Because these are things that you don't know what someone else is struggling with. You have no idea. You may just have on colored glasses, rose colored glasses. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that we see our life the way it is presented to us. You will not know what somebody else is dealing with, right? So when you have this information, if you maybe you have a friend or a relative that's about to enter into something, but because you've been exposed and you've been privy to some information that has to do with this, you can quickly spot it and say, my cousin no go enter this kind of wahala. No, 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 no. You go give am the information. You go tell am. You go prevent her from entering trap when she no know say na trap she want. How many decent girls, decent ladies that grew up from decent homes have fallen prey to some of these things, to
Yeah.
major mongo packs because they did not know. They did because the man just used sweet mats, chocolate, flour, presented well. Then when they enter finish, the man can use them as punching bag the rest of the marriage. We dey hear am now. So we all they learn, my sister.
Yeah.
Welcome, Obiajulu. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Hello.
sorry,
Hello,
Abiajulu. I
hello,
don't mean to cut you
hello.
short. I'm gonna go back in the comment section
Okay,
and
Marriott
My
is waiting
darling
for
Okay,
you
Marian.
eagerly.
Mirabelle. My
Okay.
darling Mirabelle, it was nice to hear your perspective.
Mirabel, thank you
But
so
just
much.
to add to what you said, in as much as so many of our mothers went through that, a lot of them were also quite happy. A lot of them also
please let's
had
talk about the happy ones because this is so
yeah, they,
like
they they were happy.
sad.
They were happy. I mean, my mom was one of them. There were women that were happy. There were women that were happy in their marriages, and there were men that treated their women really, really good. So
Exactly.
yes, there were situations. It was a mix, and like I would always go back to say, happiness was relative. It depended. Each family knew what their definition of happiness was, but based on what you were saying, there were women that had happy marriages, that did not they were shocked at what other women described,
Yeah.
but they were happy marriages as well. And not just in Nigeria, I'm sure cutting across all other African countries, everybody can be bad. So yes, your dad and mom's example was wonderful. Omoye has said her own, Florence has said our own. Most of us saw that. But the reality is, there were so many marriages where you could see we had aunties, uncles, neighbors,
Friends.
friends, friends, parents, that you could see that happening. So that reality was there, but there were also happy marriages.
I really do
Yeah.
appreciate you speaking and Brother Paul and all of you and Omoye, thank you so much because I'm always here, but it's this conversation, this particular one about all this dysfunction in marriage, it'd be hard for me to just get into. It'd be hard for me to, sometimes I would just stop playing in the comment section and talking crap because I just don't know how to get into it because
Mhm.
sometimes I would feel like okay, we're just taking one bad thing and we're just like making it seem like that's how the majority is. That's why I kept was like, is this a majority? Because also I didn't want to assume. I wanted to actually honestly make sure that what I'm thinking is actually the truth, which it wasn't. And I'm really grateful and appreciated that you all took the time to even get me out of that thought. And now I have more empathy for situations like this. Now moving forward, when I hear about them, I can be like, wow, I can empathize more. I'm also
Mm.
more grounded, will I say. I'm more aware. I'm more well, like when you're more informed, you're not limited to just one thing. You're more
Right.
and that's always something to be someone that it's more understanding of and more aware of different facets of whatever situation that may be. And I really do appreciate this. I'm gonna be at the comment section and let Obiajulu take over. But
Thank you
thank you
so much,
guys so much.
Thank
Mirabel. You
you.
know, I
Thank you.
I
Thank
love
you.
you. I love
I
you whether you
beg
like
you,
it or
you don't
not.
love
I
me
love
anything.
you.
When I'll be
Whether you
greeting you in
like
the
him
comment
or not,
section,
I love you.
I beg you, leave that
Marriott
love.
go deal
You
with
be
you for comment section. I
you
Mirabelle,
be
don't
I've
give
told
am.
you,
on my
see,
I
ear
in
don't
and
give
some
am.
on
situation,
my ear will be greeting
just
everybody. Welcome, my love. Should be giving them hard time. Me, I'll say hi. On my ear no go even answer me. Say whether I don't did there or no did there. She no go even answer me.
Mirabel,
Don't
na
worry, I'll
true
be
you
That's
na
quiet
true
for
love,
you
oh,
you.
dey talk.
Mirabel.
Not true now.
Mirabel, talk true, make you shame devil
Ah,
this night.
I'm sure I talk now. Who
Mirabel,
lie? Who
talk
lie
true, make
help?
you shame
Who lie
devil.
help? Should they make
Marriott,
talk am?
Marriott, they wait for you for comment section. Don't worry.
Marriott, no, nah. Marriott, they fear me. And you better stop calling me Marriott. Every time they call me Marriott, I don't know
Una be
what it
sisters
is.
now,
Because
not
of
blame
that,
you. Okay, I'll try.
not be only you, most people I know that a lot of people will try to say Marriott. I will greet somebody good morning. They say, hey, good morning, Marriott. Hope you had a good day. And I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Mirabel, I love you. I love you. Whether you like him or not,
whether
I
you like
love
it
you.
or not,
May
Omoye
you and
loves you.
Marriott go the drag for comment section. Marriott, await her. She comes.
Oh my yeah, I love you, Pastor. You don't
Oh
understand.
my goodness, so fun.
I
but
love you, my sister.
but
We'll,
let me
we'll go.
Oh yeah, I'm still at the comment section. So
Okay.
all
All
right,
right
I'll see
then.
y'all later. All right.
All right then. Bye, love.
Me take
Auntie
a
Mm.
Omoya, go
bow.
follow enter
Hi, don't
comment
be
Oh
section,
small.
God,
self.
oh
Make I
yeah,
follow enter comment section.
Don't be small.
Auntie Obiajili, welcome. Oh. Make I follow enter
Ah,
comment
baby.
section.
Okay, okay, BB, you want to go comment section? Okay, now
Yes,
so
so
that you go mediate between Marriott and Mirabel. I understand.
no,
Hi,
May
after
they
don't be
that,
not break each
small.
other head.
yes, let me go and share Guguru and Ekpa. It
Yes,
always
thank
brings
you
peace of
very
mind.
Hi.
much.
oh my yeah,
I
Oh
me.
my yeah.
appreciate
I
you.
want to take a bow as
Oh my
well.
yeah.
Give you
Ah,
guys,
I don't
so
push everybody come
I
out.
can go get some
See,
sleep.
Obiajili, see what you cause. You see
Seriously,
what you cause.
wahala.
You
I
see
for
what you
just kukuma
cause.
there for, I for just kukuma there for comment section. Oh, everybody just dey disappear.
And
I know. Hey, brother Paul, what do you mean? Say copyright bitibawo. I beg on top of 3.5 hours. Because that word I no one hear am. I no sing person song now. What I do? Brother Paul,
Oh my,
clarify. Hey, Obiajulu,
oh,
welcome, I beg.
oh my.
let me leave you guys before before the
Oh,
next.
Florence, okay,
Yeah,
no wahala. You sef wan go
let me get
follow the settle
something.
beef for
Ah,
comment
No,
section.
no, I'm actually going off now. It's like 4 to 5 over here.
Oh, okay. Thank
okay.
you so much, Florence. Oh my God, I didn't know it was that early.
So it was
Okay,
Yes, it is.
no
Yeah.
problem.
all
Yeah,
right.
go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay,
Mm.
bye.
All right,
Bye.
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 Love you. Thank you so much. Please call
Love
in again. Really enjoyed your take.
you.
All right, then. Take care. Bye.
Hi.
My
I beg.
sister.
You get what? Get what to make me. It was so funny. I couldn't start typing because if I start typing, it'd be too long.
I
That's why it
know.
came
I
here.
understand that.
I used to have a friend in Benin then. After we were in secondary school.
Uh-huh.
He's my friend. So every time the dad no live with them. So they all live I think they all live with their mom. The man is married or had children, even both from marriage and outside marriage. And
Mm-hmm.
the man don't know how many children he gets. So one day my friend used to tell me a lot about the dad. I will say, no, that can be because that was not my own reality. You understand? I say, no, that can be. So one day she said, okay, follow me. She wanted to go and collect her school fees from the dad. So we can't reach there. The man looked the room, say, okay, tell me, who be your mama again? So the girl, my friend now called the mom's name, say, okay, 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 okay. So the man, they count like during when it's almost time for school to start. Oh, the man go he keep very rich man, very wealthy Benin man. The man go just
Mm-hmm.
keep all the money. So when
Wow.
after giving my friend the daughter her own school fees, the man now looked at me and like thinking I'm one of the one of his children too. Because my
Oh,
friend told me,
wow. You
I'm
don't know
telling
in
my friend,
children.
no, my friend told me, say, you think I'm lying? My friend told me, my papa no know. Say, come, you go collect to come. I say, it's a lie. I say, come, you collect school fees.
Wow. Are you serious?
And honestly, so, but I say it's a lie. The man now look me say, so who be your mama?
Uh,
Shock. I open mouth, they
that
look this man.
many.
Telling you. I thought my friend was joking when she told me that. Ah,
So the man
I
get
call one
many
name.
children.
I call one name. She said, the man think, say, he carry money give me. Oh.
Eh?
We waka come out. My friend saw ya.
My
Man divide the
goodness.
money to have give am.
Wait, how many wives the man get?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't even, my friend, she don't even know.
So to not
Hey.
know how many, that is bothersome. Are you serious?
Because no, I'm sure he knows how many wife he married, but he doesn't have many children. Because no, none. He lives by himself. Oh. But he has children because not just from the marriage, but from outside marriage,
Outside.
everywhere. Yeah, he has children everywhere. And he knows. So if you just go and go say, who be your mama again? Not from the mama, you go know who you be.
Wow.
Telling
So
you.
you not get count of the
Hi.
children, the number
No,
of children when you get for outside.
no. That was what I was saying. I had a friend who the father never lived with them. And I don't think he knows how many. Yeah.
Wow, that is crazy. People
That
dey like that too. I
I'm
mean,
telling you, honestly,
people dey like that. I don't hear that kind of thing before. People dey like that when we say
telling
they
you.
go just get plenty children. Hey, BB say my friend's father had 27 wives.
Wow. Hey,
Wow,
how
my
does he?
goodness. How do
That
they
man
do
live
this
long,
thing?
so. Wow,
You
I
go
don't
some
know.
of them they live long go. Now they
Ha!
even live long pass.
Wow,
Wow.
27. Ooh. Mm.
Hey, my
And
goodness.
he remember
Na
their names, have you knows the knows the
he
wives.
the
This one,
he
not
friend
the
mama na
children now.
number 20. Na number
Eh, wo.
20 na him be this. Hey, Egbami. Hey, Lord have mercy.
Ooh.
He just dey pack
Mm.
wife like a gift, like souvenir. He dey pack them, they pack them, they collect souvenir. Hey, Lord, oh, now wow, women, please, let's do better. Oh, I beg. I know see people. The truth be say, better marriages. They me don't see. Thank God.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
know
I have
what
seen
I
too.
know how
Yeah,
many. I know how better marriages they be. I know say marriage is sweet. I know so when you get the right relationship, you can never go wrong. I know that for a fact. But you
yeah.
see, most people not get that experience. That is why when we dey talk all this kind thing, so that people go know the real one. So you go know the bad one, you go know the real one. You go know say first of all, you need to know who you are as a human
Mm-hmm.
being. Embrace who you are. Know wetin you go fit take and wetin you no fit take.
Can't. Yeah,
You understand? Because if you know
yeah.
wetin you fit take, if man come, you go tell am say, guy, if you cross this line when I draw, so if you cross am, it's over.
That's it.
There's no going back. We no dey
Mm-hmm.
do abeg go, let's come and
Mm-mm.
resolve. There's nothing to resolve. This is my breaking point. We as a human being, you have to have that. If you no get that one, there's problem. If the man you can't end up with man, right? And the man just dey throw anything trash at you, different trash
Ah.
every time. Today you go throw a burger when they eat remain, you go catch am. Tomorrow you go throw this thing Starbucks coffee when you drink the cup empty, you go throw am at you, you go catch am.
Mm.
Tomorrow you go throw egg when you don peel the back of the egg, you go throw am at you, you go take am. That's how it gets worse. Then you no go even come see value in yourself because on top of the
Exactly.
trash wey e dey throw at you, e go dey use im mouth dey tear you down so that you no go ever see value. Hey, Mirabel shock. Hey, Mirabel, I go drink today because of you. Because of you, Mirabel, I go buy 7 up. Order pizza. Hey, Mirabel, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it so much. Thanks for the support. I really do. You know. So
Yeah.
when woman don't hear that one, you don't see those kind things. You to come out, you come be like saying that you dey inside prison. In mind, prison of the mind. You no fit come
Oh
out, you
yeah.
no fit
Yeah.
move.
No, you can't. No, you
You
can't.
can't move,
No.
right? The man will come use the opportunity, squeeze the life out of
Mm.
you. So if you no get the mind, if you no get people around you, you no get the right support. Now, so people take they delete.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
let's call it what it is because at the end of the day, now wetin you want me person, now how you want e be like now you get friend. Let's say me and you, Obiajilu, be friend now.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't know, e get some things when I go do. If you not tell me say you not like wetin I do, how I want take no? I not be
Exactly.
mind reader. I no
Exactly.
go fit
Yeah.
read your mind. I no go say oh e be like say
Yeah.
no. I go do
Yeah.
am, I go waka comot unless you call me say no. Omo yeah, come. That thing when you do me, I not like am. Oh. I not like am. You know, I not like abeg,
Mm.
not do that kind thing again. So that next time I no go do am to you. But if I
Mm-hmm.
now know and I now intentionally do that to you, that means na me dey find trouble. So anything when my eye see that time, I gotta take it because you don't
Yeah.
already warn me before. Now so it be too when you meet person, man or woman, man need to know himself, woman need to know himself.
Exactly.
So that when two of una enter, una go know why una dey come together. Not be say you go enter film, you come dey scratch your head. Now that time you come remember, say, e be like say I made mistake. Oh, e be like say not be here I suppose choose. Oh, all those things are not necessary. You know, now it make
Oh, yeah.
our society be where it be. So when we say na
Exactly.
it be like say na hard work. Now hard work we can't they do now to try and fix and clean up the trash. You know, that from the
Mm.
leadership from the top to the bottom is rotten. We have a rotten system. Why? Because
Very
the
bad one.
function
Oh.
the family unit itself is rotten.
Exactly.
you know
Yeah.
so we need to advise ourselves which way we need to address the bad, because now the bad now they come out more, right? We need to
Yeah.
address the bad and start to re-educate ourselves. You have to choose which kind of life you want to live. You want to live soft life, or you want to live hard life with hard
I don't
labor.
want.
Choose. You understand? If you want to live hard life, then okay, that's your choice. But if you want to live soft life, and you know something, yeah, every person when you join with, as a woman, if you join with man, there's a purpose why you are joining with that man.
Yeah.
It's not for yourself. It's not because, oh, I love him, he love me. No, there's a purpose for it. Anybody you meet in your life, whatever connection, like we're all here on this life, there's a reason for us meeting and having this conversation.
Yeah.
There's a purpose to it. This when you meet somebody in your life, there's a purpose you are achieving in that person's life, and there's a purpose that person is achieving in your life. Everything is purpose, is full of purpose. If the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable. That's a
That's
fact.
true. That's true. Yeah.
So when you now know that, when you now understand that, you become more selective in choosing
In
who
choosing.
you
Yeah.
want to be with, because it has to tally. You can't just
Yeah.
say, oh, I'm in love, I just want to get married. No, is the person right for you? Good night, Marriott. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, love. Good night, love. So,
Oh.
so you have to. So, I mean, make I talk, make I let you talk, Jare, make we end the show.
When
Exactly.
you were saying something, I wanted to say, my parents, right? They
Mm-hmm.
both of them they dated for a while before they actually got married, and that was something that was very rare during their own time. Oh,
Wow.
to date
Yeah.
or anything like that. Yeah, and I remember my mom used to say that the marriage counseling before you get married in the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
My mother used to say during that period when they were doing the counseling that they used to giggle. Two of them were so much in love. When they will bring up scenarios that in marriage, this is what you see. Two of them will be looking at each other like, no, that's not us. That can never happen to us. I remember, I remember so when my mother used to say, we will just be there playing love. Oh, that can never be us until after the marriage. She said when the problem started coming, I laugh. I say, so you supposed to listen for class when they didn't teach you.
You not take enough notes, you not
You didn't
cram
take
am,
note.
you not
She
learn
said,
am.
what? He said when this thing started happening, she could not believe. She said it's a lie. I said, yeah, you people, both of you thought you were what Bonnie
Your
and
love
Clyde,
will
eh?
your love will sort
Exactly,
it
will
out.
conquer it, yeah.
Hmm.
So she thought to conquer
Hey.
it. But
Hmm.
she used to say that, and their own advice. But my father. If I come back my next life, I will always want him to be my father. But
Yeah.
personally, to get married to a man, I don't think I want him to be a husband. I'll get married to, but he will be the best dad ever. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But whether he's the best husband, I wouldn't say. I can't say. My mom will be able to judge that. But personally, he's the best dad ever. And
Yeah.
he had his own way of showing his own love, even to us as kids. You
Right.
understand? But besides that, I had friends from school and I had neighbors. And all those things, growing up, all those things will make you think twice. What? This is not life. I mean, like, I can't live like this. Do you understand? You
Yeah.
make you think twice before you even venture into that thing called marriage. You would think twice and say, no, if this is what marriage is about, I dare where I dare. I know they do anything or no. I think I'm happier.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm happier
Exactly.
this way. But the funny thing is that those people that say they want to stay for the kids, because sometimes I go back to my own childhood. You understand? Those people
Mm-hmm.
that say they want to stay for because of the kids now, maybe, but they don't know that they're actually making it worse for the kids by even staying together.
Oh yeah, they don't. Usually
No,
they
they don't.
don't.
Nah, they
Mm-mm.
don't. They don't understand that. They don't know that that's what they're doing.
Mm-mm.
So sometimes when people say that, I say this is maybe probably is out of ignorance or just because that's what the society want. Because that's not
Yeah,
true.
yeah. It's both. It's actually what they want sometimes, and then sometimes it's society pressure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that will make you to because it's not doesn't really work out for the kids. Because I remember sometimes I'll sit down and I go say, "Hey, what?" And because they're all you think children, you think children are not seeing all those things. They are seeing
They
them. They're
see
not that young.
everything,
They
though.
see everything. They hear everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like my
Mm-hmm.
parents that time when they want to argue, whether it's always, I think it's always because we don't see them arguing. It's always in the middle of the night when we're sleeping.
You be
I
hearing
remember
clunk
one time.
clunk.
No, I never. We never used to hear anything. I remember
Ah.
one very, very early in the morning or late in the night. I woke up to go and ease myself. I couldn't hear from their room. I say, "What is happening? What?" I couldn't listen. I went to the bathroom, ease myself, come back. I could go stand near the door because I wanted to hear. I did hear
What
noise. I
was
know they are
going on?
talking, but I
Uh-huh.
wanted to hear what they were actually talking about. I could hear sounds, but I wanted to know. And then my auntie, my mom's younger sister, she was staying with us then. I think she saw me. She just screamed at me, "Come on, will you come back?" in the morning. In the morning, I remember in the morning when I woke up, I told my sister, say, "Hey, these people, see what my sister says is a lie." I say, we don't say for afternoon because I remember then for afternoon that's the only time we all sit together and eat. So for afternoon when we're eating, my younger sister, her mouth there, she's a very assertive one. she she was the one that now
Assertive
said,
women no gather here.
she was the one that when I went to ask, say, see what now called my name. See what I said that I told her that, hey, wahala. Is it true? Is that what was happening? She was not asking my parents.
Now she wanted to know. She's the assertive one, nosy,
I
nosy
know.
one.
Me say no let me ask. I opened mouth, I one die that day. Oh God. My parents are like, no, 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 they don't know. That's not what they know. They don't know what we're talking about. My sister, they look me like say I be one big liar.
Now so now. Now so now because they don't want
Anyway,
they don't want tell you, they don't know because say
mm-mm,
children they process
mm-mm.
things differently from adults.
Yeah, yeah,
So yeah, I mean it's just well, make we just see make we thank God for if you never experience if your own experience no be like that, no rough, just give God thanks, right?
honestly,
And just say, God, please don't ever let me experience this because He will never give you more than what you can handle,
yeah,
anyways. And for anybody when they go through you go just pray, God, I beg, deliver them from that situation. Because everybody's story is unique and there's a reason sometimes you person know they know the reason why people have to go through certain things. But I
mm,
just think that because of the problem when our countries they in now because of the fact say the family unit is in disarray. Now they affect the society as a whole, because if people they bring up children, they marry in a level-headed place where everywhere cool, security day, nothing, no wahala, you go raise better children, right?
that's
Because
true.
money they
That's true.
enter, you can afford to feed your children, you can afford to provide the basic things. You don't have to have so
Yeah,
much money to live a
no.
good life. You go see people go their choices will be different and people will
Mm-hmm.
live healthier lives and happier lives, so to say. That doesn't mean there won't be problem, but it will trickle down to the society as a whole, so
Yeah.
that every individual or citizen that is growing up in that society will be thinking correctly, will know right from wrong, right? And then for
Mm-hmm.
those that are doing things that are terrible and heinous, then there are ways that you can deal with them, that society should deal with them. But because right now the lines are blurred in the societies we come from, person wey do bad you go see am dey waka street, person wey no
Uh-huh.
do you go see am e go do bad to
Go
im
they
own
hide.
community. The one wey no do anything go dey hide, the one wey do
Mm-hmm.
all the nonsense na im go dey waka, na im people dey clap for. So na im make people need to rethink this marriage of a teen, rethink how you take dey. First of all, if the person na human being, respect and love, natural love, kindness,
Yeah.
that's all. If e go happen, if e go
Kindness.
be, e go be. if e go be, not be if you are a certain way, you get back, you get front, not about all those things. Anything can
No,
happen. Those back and front feel less.
they can
You go
disappear.
on less. You know go there again.
They
Then
can
what?
disappear.
You go disappear. But when
Mm,
we say the coming together now for a purpose, una
yeah,
go fit develop friendship from there. No matter
exactly.
anything happen, una go remain friends for the rest of our lives. Now make some people, you see some old couple for old age, you be like say their love come dey sweet pass before.
Exactly.
You come like say sweetness come enter. Why? Because they develop that friendship. So for their old age, you go carry them through. Because not
That's true.
everything be kerewa, kerewa, kerewa. No,
No,
it's not everything. So I just feel like we need to do each other well. We need to treat each other like human beings, respect each other, love each other, and women need to stand up for their rights, especially in Nigeria. Biko no. Make una dey stand because this thing is getting out of hand. When una suppose make noise, una no go make noise. Na to dey look for way to keep a side chick from your husband. There are bigger fish to fry. If the man wan
my
waka,
sister.
make e waka. Una go
Hi.
dey run, dey go dey do all kinds of things just to keep a man that you go get like 1600 girlfriend all over the world. Come on. The priorities are upside down, but hey, we can
And I
only do
think
what we
I
can do.
Yeah, and I think that behavior, right, is what actually makes a man do and undo. Do you
Of
understand?
course.
Yeah,
Of
it's that
course.
behavior that makes them feel like we can do
No
these
matter
things
what
and
I
get away
do, she
with
will
it.
still
Yeah,
take me. Yeah, she's not
exactly.
gonna
Yeah,
leave. Where she they
yeah.
go? I can do anything and get away. She'll remain there
She
because
will
they
stay. Yeah,
know that. So they'll keep doing it. They'll keep doing. Oh no, it has to stop. Oh. And Nigerian women, wanna fight for una rights. Una here, the oppressor is not going to stop until the oppressed stand up. So if you are happy in your situation, don't stand up. Stay there. But if you're unhappy and you don't like the way things are, and you want your children to grow up in healthier environments, stand up. Okay? Kerewa go dey. If na kerewa be your problem, if na cucumber, you go find plenty cucumber. But
I,
boku,
my
they are
sister.
a dime a dozen. You stand for street, you go see person, guy when go say, when go whistle at
Hello.
you. Hello? So abeg, let's do better. Obiadilo, abeg make I
Oh
come dey
God.
go jare. Like joke, this thing don enter 4 hours.
Wow.
Almost.
Oh,
Hey.
because I woke up. I think I got up around 3:30.
Mm.
And I saw notification. So I said, "Oh God, I missed another life." So I said, "Let me see what this is." And I played it, and it was still live. I say, So they're still going.
I know. I mean, hey, I just because it was a part two. BB has
Yeah,
sent a
I saw
message.
that. Yeah, I saw
uh
that.
And somebody else sent me an email. Was like, "Can we talk about?" I said, "Okay, let me just do this so that we can before so that if I don't schedule the life as soon as possible, I may forget, and we
Yeah.
might not have a continuation." So I just said, "Okay, let me just set it up so we can address it." But it's an ongoing conversation. Would we ever stop talking about this? No, I don't think so.
No, no,
It will
no.
continue to happen because it's
Yeah,
part of our lives. We have to relate with each other, but we have to respect each other and love each other more. You know,
exactly.
we
Very
just have
important
to.
too.
We
That
can't do
respect is
without
very
each other.
important.
We
Yeah.
can't. We cannot do without it. No matter how much we say, "Oh, I beg," we can't. We are in this space together. We have to
Mm-hmm.
find ways to live in it.
Yeah.
Obiajulu, my
Yeah.
sister, your final
You
thought,
don't
Ojari.
try. You don't
Ah,
try. The only thing I was thinking about is, like, um our parents, right? I
mm,
think that, like what we're saying about talking and
mm.
actually getting to, I don't think they actually did that. Majority of them, you know.
Talking like
Yeah, like getting to
like.
know each other and
Well,
before even the marriage.
for my parents, they actually dated each other. Actually, they
There
met.
you go.
Yeah, they met in Ibadan. As a matter of fact, that's where they met. So they dated each other. They started off life together. But my parents,
Yeah,
so they really knew each other before they got married. So there were people. There were people like my mother, but there was most of the people that they grew up with were match made. So somebody will be in the
exactly.
city and they'll just send a girl from the village. That's it. That person don't turn wife forever, be that. So
I
that
know
was
because
happening a lot in their time, you know.
I remember some of my majority of them, some of my mother's friends, that they all went to secondary school together. Then I remember my mom used to say, because I used to ask her, I say, "Ah, how come all these your friends, like their kids were way older than us?"
Mm-hmm.
I used to say, "Ah, and they're your friends, you went to school with them. Their kids are way." I say, how come? My mom used to say, those days, this one she got married when she was 15. This one she got, I say, seriously. She said, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah." They just give them away that way, and off
Yeah.
they go and they got married. But for her, her father was, especially with the girls, herself and her sisters, her
Mm-hmm.
dad was like, "No, they have to go to school. No way, no, they have to go to school."
Yeah.
So that's why she got married in her 20s. Her friends
Mm-hmm.
then, no, they were all married off. Some of them, once they start, seeing the other time of the month, they just marry them off.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
then they
Yeah,
just
that's what they used to do
they
back
just marry
then.
them off.
Yes.
I
Yes.
said,
That's what.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
because I
That
used
was
to ask my
happening
mom.
a lot.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I used to ask her then, how come? What is your friends? Because I was thinking, your friends, you all go. But my mother was like, no, it wasn't like that. Most of them just got married way back then, and she used
Yeah.
to wonder, this,
Yeah, most of them it was match, it was
yeah,
more common back then, matchmaking. You just get neighbor now, they'll just bring wife for them. That's it. The person don't turn wife overnight, right? From the
yeah,
village.
mm-hmm,
But the people that dated, they dated, they got to know each other and they got married and all of that. There was that. And a lot of those marriages, the men and the women did not have conversations like we're
exactly.
having
No,
with men now. No,
no,
we didn't. It was more like the man ordered and the
mm,
women delivered. So
delivered. Yeah.
there was an authority. You look, some men, some women, they feel look their husbands for face. They go
Ah,
put their head down when the man they talk. Yeah, I
and
saw that one.
to be honest with you, I
Uh-huh.
used to wonder, how do they even do the kerewa if they? I don't understand that.
Ah,
I don't get
it
that.
used to. I asked
I
my
don't
mom that
understand. I used
question.
to wonder,
I
how do
asked
they
my
even do
mom.
that?
Yeah, because there was one we're going. There was one particular woman that we knew then. The woman go put her head down. No, they ever raise me. I thought she was a help in the house, to be honest, because of the way it was. So I now asked my mom. That I think I was in the university at that time. So I asked my mom. I was like, I've noticed that. My mom now said, now woman, they marry and come for the man. So most of these women when they marry come like that. Now,
Men
wetin
and
dey tell them? Na how they take train them to treat their husband. So they go say no look your husband for face. If you wan eat, matter of fact, I had a distant relative then. When he came to introduce his wife that he married to my parents. He came to the house. My mom served them food, right? And then my mom was gonna go get, like I think water or something. This woman rushed to the kitchen, got the water, knelt down, gave it to the man. We were in shock, children, 'cause we never see that kind of thing before, right? We could dey look, all of us gather dey look like say na event. The woman kneel down. No, seriously, Obiajulu, the woman kneel down, the man wash him hand with patience. He washed him hand finish. When he wash am finish, the woman run go bring cloth for am. He kneel down, he give am the cloth, he use am wipe him hand finish. The man wan drink water, he carry the water, put am near the mouth, almost like you are trying to feed a baby with
feed the man.
water. It was movie for us. For months we're
No.
talking about that particular thing. So this is something I saw. Okay, so and that woman, if you wan talk to that man that time, dey look am for face. Dey
Hey,
look am for face.
me lord.
So there are exactly. So imagine children that will be born into a home like that. Just imagine children that will be born into a home like that. How do you want the girl to have self-confidence?
No.
How do you
Mm-mm.
want the girl, the man or the boys that they are raising to treat women? Saying that kind of thing. Women were not they were disposable in the generation. They were
Yeah.
disposable. They could marry. In fact, the families would tell them, marry more, marry another one. This one not the fit born boy. Marry another one. Made some people ended up having four wives just because family was putting pressure.
Yeah.
My dear, how many we want talk? But we are grateful for great marriages. I'm
Yeah. Oh
thanking God
yes.
that I saw great marriages. My parents were not perfect, but I mean they were a great example because guess what? My dad was a wonderful provider. My mom
Yes.
lacked for nothing. No, my mama na Ajebota wife. My
Mm.
mama no know wetin be to pay bill to do. My dad took care of every single thing. Ajebota wife. There's one TikTok video that was going on and say, "What do you do for a living?" The woman say, "I don't. I'm married."
I'm
Now, so
a
the woman take
housewife.
response. No, he say, "I know that a housewife or one of these very wealthy women." They ask the woman random
Mm.
question like, "What do you do for a living? How are you able to afford that car?" The woman was driving a very expensive car. The woman
Mm.
say, "I'm married. That's a profession." You
Mm.
understand what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Yeah.
Because she's cared for, she's
She's scared for.
provided
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as 50-50. The man provides
Mm.
100%. Okay.
Mm.
And there were rules to this thing. So, but I mean, do I want the type of marriage my parents had? Hell no.
Mm.
Because I saw the issues in it. I was
Lord.
like, oh,
Mm.
no freaking way, right? So at the end of the day, we're here because and for our children so we can have healthy communities, healthy families for crying out loud. Can we start a generation of having healthy children and healthy families? Let that generation be us so that we can
Oh yes.
bring in healthy ones, healthy
Yeah.
citizens of nations that will take nations from one level to the next. That's what we should be gaining for. So now so make I end am for here because may I
And
go
yeah, you don't
rest.
try. No be small. Four
My
hours.
sister,
Wow. Don't try.
Obiajulu, I don't try. In fact,
You need to go sleep. You need to go drink
e
water,
no
sleep. Oh.
easy. Make I go drink
Hey.
water, make I go sleep. I'm telling you. But Obiajulu, thank you so much for your constant support. I
Thank you.
love your comment. Hey, when I
My
see your comment like this, on my body dey shake. I'll say I need to go read everything. I go just dey follow back to back. I go dey say, hey, Obiajulu. E be like say as you dey watch am, you dey type. As
that's
you dey watch am,
so.
you dey type. I dey gbadun those comments. I no go lie. The BBMJ go come enter. You go come enter with one word or two words like that. You go just say wow, or you go say wow, this is serious or
Oh
something. Omo,
no, that
I dey
last one,
love am.
Ice Ice. She's cat. She finished the whole
Oh
thing. Oh
my
my god.
God.
Oh, she finished it. I was
Ice
like, oh
Ice
my god.
enter the matter like business. He
Hey,
enter, he break table, he raise the roof, he tear the curtain. He say for where let me take this thing down.
I'm
He
telling
remove
you.
all
Oh,
the fake. He remove and everybody was reeling in the comment section in that last like whoa ice
oh,
so
my dear.
my
Thank you so
sister,
much, oh.
enjoy the rest of your day. I really
I
appreciate
will.
you
I
joining
will.
me. Thank you for
I
your
will.
support and all. I really appreciate
Thank
you
you.
guys. BBMJ, oh my God. Love you, sis. Mirabelle has gone to sleep. That one, no,
Yeah.
the kid. You don't go sleep. Mirabelle, love you. Love you,
Oh,
Marriott. Neka, my village sister. Love you
I
too.
beg, oh
Now,
my,
wow,
when is the
Neka,
next village meeting?
I go try. I go waiting be today. Today now waiting. Thursday,
Today
right?
na Friday. No,
Oh, today na
so,
okay na Thursday my time, be Friday your time.
okay.
Saturday, I go schedule one for I go send invite now sef make I no go forget. I go schedule one for Saturday make we do our village meeting, make we catch up. So yeah, I go schedule am, I go send am invite. Make una click notification so dat una go know when I come on.
No
So
problem.
thank you so much my
Good
sister.
night. Okay.
Good
Thank you.
night. All right then. Bye. Love
Bye.
you. Yes. So thank you everyone for joining me. Brother Paul, thank you for your contribution. Thank you, Mirabel, for the super chat. I really appreciate you, my darling. You know I love you, whether you like it or not. Now me and you for this street. You, me, Marriott. You are Marriott. You two of them they always I go they you anybody any of them find my trouble. I go say okay, Marriott that is looking for my trouble. I call on Mirabel. Mirabel is looking for my trouble. I call on Marriott. Two of them fit each other. BB, love you, sis. Thank you so much for your support. I really, really appreciate you. I really do. I love you. I love everyone that was able to join. Femi Bash, thank you for joining. Thank you, Miss Top Notch. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Brother Paul. Bio was one that called in initially. Thank you so much, Bio. Bio brought it, man. I really appreciate your contribution. Hey, who else? Abemona not vessel. If I miss any, Adana. Thank you very much for joining. I appreciate you, Queen J. We had two Queen J's. Thank you so much, Queen J. Special junior people. Thank you very, very much for coming, for supporting. This was very interesting. I had a great time conversation. Having this conversation with your graciousness, gracious greatness. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone. I beg if I miss anybody name, Mukuna no verse. So I dey try to go. I know say na two Queen J's. Onyade, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Rose Flower, thank you so much. I appreciate you for coming. I go see you now again. Democracy, thank you so much. I appreciate you. So I go see you now again on my next one. If you're catching this on replay, please let me know what your thoughts are in the comment section. And if there's something you want us to talk about specifically, let me also know in the comment section, and that we'll talk about it during our village meeting on Saturday. It's been real, guys. Love you all and have a wonderful rest of the day wherever you are in the world. Bye.